Welcome everybody to the War Room. It is the pre-show for the January 2023 Officers Club Championships. I literally had to check the year to make sure I called that out right. We are kicking off the 2023 competitive season here at KARDS, and I am joined by my co-host for the War Room, Elin. How excited are you to kick off the first event of the year?
So hyped. It is so awesome to be back here in the seat. I am so full of energy and pumped to see these players in the first OCC of the year. And great to have you here again, Christo. It feels like we were just here yesterday.
I know it was, and what could we have been doing here just the other day? You may have seen that go live. I think it's on YouTube and wherever all podcasts can be found as of yesterday. Is that correct?
That is correct. You can find it on YouTube, Spotify, and coming soon to Google and Apple as podcasts as well. So yeah, definitely tune into that. We on this kind of inaugural podcast episode, we're kicking off this kind of podcast format. We're gonna have every single month. We're gonna be bringing in some different developers talking about kind of various things that are kind of ongoing and upcoming in KARDS. And in this first episode, it's me and Christo talking about the World Championship last year, getting some kind of takes on that, and then talking about esports in 2023. You know, the plans we have for the year ahead of us, the exciting things ahead, diving into all these different formats and the feedback that we've received so far.
Absolutely. So check it out wherever you consume your favorite podcast. It is called The Frontline, the official KARDS podcast. And yeah, to your point, Elin, I don't want to get too in depth with some of the esports changes that you've got going on this year. Things are changing, some things are staying the same. We've gotten some feedback about it, but I think we dove pretty deep into that topic during the podcast. So I will recommend that everybody checks that out, because here we are getting together to get you ready for the OCC. So we do have the experts panel waiting in the wings. We have our usuals. We've got Darkness. We've got Spooz. We also have a very special guest. We have Berto Burrito, who will be joining us to break down some of the competitors' decks. We're also going to go through the players in a little bit more detail during the main broadcast. So we have our players' cards ready to dive into exactly how the players competed in the last season. So that's been a bit of a change as well. Eileen, we were able to scrub some of the data, right?
Yes, very excited to be bringing that. So this time we have pulled some data out from our log so that we can identify only the games in the December season, which is the season that has brought us here to this OCC today. And these are only the ranked games, so no draft games, no friendly games, no skirmish games, just literally exactly what took these players to get here. And it's really interesting. There's some interesting stuff in there, so I'm super excited to dive into that.
Absolutely. You're not going to want to miss that, because there are some interesting little tidbits that we're going to be able to really dive into, not just looking at, hey, whoever played 20,000 games so far in their KARDS career. We're going to have really, really specific little notes that'll give you some interesting perspective on some of the players we have competing today. And why don't we jump into that? Why don't we jump into the players who are competing today? Let's take a look at our bracket. Here we are on the top of that bracket. You will see, I mean, the one, the only J King back again for his, I don't know how many OCC appearances he's had so far, but all of them, I think, is the short answer. All of them is the short answer. So we see J King once again. J King will be taking on Tiger. That is going to be our first feature matchup here. So you're going to be seeing that one end to end. We've got NoOne 5 taking on Killswitch. NoOne also no stranger to the OCC. I don't want to discount their opponents, but I think it could be interesting if J King and NoOne end up both winning their quarterfinals and making it to the semis, because that could be a final on just about any day here at the OCC.
Absolutely, absolutely. And really, I mean, Killswitch is no stranger to the OCC either. We've got some 4 really strong players here to start off with. Any one of them could be taking it all the way to the end, I think.
Absolutely. Under that, we got fan favorite Vinnie, who usually brings some spicy decks. So we'll be taking a look into that. Taking on Uwumoy, who I believe is their first appearance here at an OCC.
Yes, yes, it sure is. We got a newcomer here today. And I believe actually Yuumoy was trained a little bit by J-King in the lead up to making it into here. So it'll be very interesting to see how they fare in today's matches.
Right on. And then and that actually will be the second featured matchup here in our quarter. So we're going to be able to put a spotlight on that one as well. Finally, we have XYLoser against XYLoser. So again, XYLoser, somebody we've seen fairly often here in the OCC. So we do have a nice mix of some pretty solid players, a couple newcomers, but it's going to be an excellent battle fought over the day today. Any initial thoughts, Elin? Just looking at the lineup, anything that comes top of mind to you?
I think like you put it, we've got some players that we're seeing here quite frequently. We've got, one total newcomer, some other players that are kind of, coming in sometimes and not all the time, kind of looking as I was kind of going through these decks and what people are bringing. I thought it was quite interesting. We've got sort of a little bit of what you might expect and a little bit also of some new stuff kind of sprinkled in and some really interesting kind of stuff, especially coming from our most regular tournament players. So who knows how this one will go today. I'm really excited to see it.
Absolutely. I think to your point, excuse me, looking through the decks, there are, some pretty standard, like Jagro pops up regularly, but then we see a little bit of a twist on one. And you got, to your point, J-King bringing something a little bit different. And we're going to dive into all of these with our expert panel. So, Aileen, thank you for co-hosting this with me. We will see you shortly on the main broadcast. But why don't we dive in with Darkness, Spooz, and Berto and break down some of these highlighted decks for you. Welcome, folks. Wonderful to have you all back for the beginning of the 2023 Cards competitive season. To Alien's point, we've got an interesting mix here because there's not a ton of variety with the deck archetypes, but once you start diving into them, there's some pretty interesting, unique kind of tweaks and choices. And while we dive into this, why don't we start with our special guest Berto here? You wanted to chat specifically about XYLoser's Jagro deck, correct?
Yes, I did. So Jagro has been a pretty stable deck archetype over these past couple of years, but with the new drop of 3rd Yokosuka Regiment from the skirmish recently, and also with the recent Aichi change, XYLoser has decided to mix things up a little bit and take out Bombing Raid from Jagro, and in its place, he is putting in Audacity and 2 Aichis, which synergize together to increase the audacity of the of the Audacity and the bombers that it creates. So we will have to see if this little sub-theme with the bonus attack has relevant impact on these games, if he'll miss out on the burn from the bombing raid, and also the slots that he lost that stop him from being able to run cards like Mito Regiment and Shinhodo.
Right on. Thank you for that breakdown, Berto. Darkness, you're typically our resident analyst here. Any additional thoughts around those specific kind of tech changes here in XYLoser's deck?
I mean, these are compared to the last months of Cards Esport huge changes. It's rarely seen that someone switches 5 cards out of this very specific deck. So for us and for anyone involved in Cards Esports, that are huge changes. For everyone else, it's almost nothing. So in the bigger picture, it's still J aggro, it's still very fast and aggressive deck, and it's only about the minor changes to grind for perfection in the high end of deck building. This is my perspective of this deck, and yeah, I'm hooked. I'm interested in seeing how this will work. Of course, there's great potential, and if your opponent is unable to deal with those bombers. They can be threatening. On the other side, 2 damage is sometimes not enough, and 2 operation cost on top of that is a lot of tempo loss potentially. So we just need to see it. We need to let those top player test this out and to analyze the entire process. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in this one.
And what's interesting to me as well is looking at the rest of the decks. You know, quite a few people brought J aggro, but they brought the more classic version. So I'm curious to see if XYLang has kind of cracked the code and found something that's really going to get them ahead, or if it's going to be, you know, more of the same. But I think to your point, Darkness, that'll come out in the wash as we get into some of these games. Spooz, you wanted to speak specifically about J King's commando list.
Yeah, I'd like to, because yeah, Ollie is not here, and we haven't since months or years we have an OCC with commandos on board again, and yeah, if we can take a look at that deck. So J King deciding to bring commandos today with German ally, but he's only using Rice Bank and Spoils of War from the ally nation. Rice Bank, a really strong card in commandos. It can enable you a lot of things and a lot of combos in the game. Like you can play the Rice Bank early on and then just draw a lot of cards with stuff like Crusader and all these cheap orders combined with the 85th Pioneer Company. The win condition is mostly Commonwealth. Sure, there are some matchups like in Jagro, for example, or any decks that don't run too much healing, where you can just win from the commando pings. But other than that, you're mostly relying on the Commonwealth, and you achieve this with 4 naval powers in the deck, each of them giving you +3 health on the HQ, delaying your opponent's advance while just pinning 1 unit there. And additionally to that, he's playing honeys. What I find interesting, there are only 2 honeys, so he has to be very, very careful when to play them, and he needs to protect them very hard, because they're mostly generating the health for just playing Commonwealth later on. Overall, a really cool deck. It's nice to see it here. I feel really sad for Ollie, kind of, that he's not here today to see that one in action. But yeah, looking forward to that, because with commandos, there's so much going on once you get later into the turns, or you get 2 Rice Bank played in 1 turn, for example, and then you have 15 credits to spend, and you can do so much fancy stuff, and I'm looking forward to see that deck.
Spooz, Ollie would be proud and honored that you selected this deck specifically to speak about. So thank you for doing that. Now, Berto, you obviously are close with J King. Seeing him bring something like Commandos, a little bit different, a little bit outside of the box of what he typically brings. Any insight into what his thought process was in wanting to bring Commandos this time around?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what the catalyst that started him down this path was, but one day he said, I'm trying to work on this commandos list, and like I think I've really got something good here, and that I can, improve upon it. And then over this past month, he's worked on it a few times with me, a few times with some other people in the KARDS community, some top players. I think I saw him playing with TB the other day, working on his list, practicing it. And it is a really scary deck. He is really trying to keep it low to the ground, keep it very combo-oriented with the Reichsbanks. And there were even points where he was considering not running Commonwealth at all to keep his deck so fast and so consistent. But he did end up relenting and saying, okay, 12 credits for 20 damage some of the time is pretty good, and I'm willing to put that in my deck.
Backup plan if things go a little bit sideways, right? That'll always be kind of up your sleeve.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Berto. So let's kind of wrap this session up. Darkness, we're gonna dive into NoOne Soviet US list.
Yes, I picked this player and this deck for multiple reasons. Reason number 1 is NoOne 5 is a fan favorite among the Chinese community, especially because he has his own not only play style, but a deck building style, and he brings unique decks almost every single time. and he is successful with it. So this is a little bit outstanding in general card games, and for the most of last year, this was his his German US weird value mid-range deck with a little bit of small tanks, big tanks, the War Machine, and US. And almost no other player was able to make this work. And he switched this now. He's running more the German tank deck for German US now. But looking at this Soviet US list, there are a lot of similarities. For example, you have this control overall value orientated deck list with strong early cards like Bloody Sickle and the War Machine, the Branks Irregulars to put you in a good state, to put you in a good start of the match. In the mid game, you have T60s and 5th Rangers, the first rifle, to be just able to have a strong mid game. The relatively new elite card, the 39th Rifle Regiment, is awesome for that regard. And in the late game, you don't have all of the great control options, but a few but very potent cards like Naval Brigade, KV-1, 272nd Guards, and he spiced this up with 2 Partisans, Confusion, 2 Ural Factories, Red Banner, and 2 B-17 Flying Fortress, and there's so much combo potential. You can take the B-17, upgrade it into a Pershing or the other 10k Blitz bomber from US side. You can steal the opponent's strong unit, the win condition, and upgrade it into an even bigger threat. Overall, this deck feels very stable, and from all the decks, it's my favorite yet. And I'm just looking forward how NoOne 5 will be able to play it, because usually he's the best at those decks.
And Darkness, I know you said NoOne's obviously a favorite in the Chinese community. I think NoOne's gotten quite a following in the cards community as a whole. He's somebody who has proven that he can be competitive at a high level and bring some, some interesting lists like this that have some flair to them and are a little bit unique. Spooz, is this one of these lists that once, if it gets rolling, there's just not going to be a particularly easy way to stop it?
Yeah, since it's a ramp deck, he plays a lot of ramp cards like the War Machine and Warburns. The later the game goes, the more difficult it gets for the opponent to just get more value out of the cards than you're getting with this Soviet US list. Like Darkness just mentioned, it has a lot of cards that has a lot of, just the single card on itself has a lot of value when just playing it. And yeah, you really have to be fast to just overwhelm your opponent. Otherwise, you're just losing against this Soviet value deck. But what I find interesting, what I want to mention, that NoOne is playing his decks. Like, mostly people are just teching against special archetypes. But what NoOne is doing, he's just putting one copy of a lot of cards that might be good in several matchups in his lists. Like this time, I thought one hammer, one of these cards, just to have an option in several matchups to just have a very good card against specific archetypes. And we saw this in the German list with just one alliance, and we were just wondering, why is there one copy of alliance? But it makes sense in some situations. And as Darkness mentioned, if somebody can play those decks, it's definitely NoOne 5. And yeah, looking forward to see him in action hopefully today.
Awesome. Well, it's going to be a fantastic day. Thank you, Spooz. Thank you, Darkness. Thank you, Berto, for contributing to the expert panel. We are going to go live with our first matchup in just a few moments, so stay tuned as we come back for the January OCC. Welcome everybody to the January OCC. We are kicking off the 2023 Cards competitive scene in style. I am joined by the community manager, the head of esports, an all-around wonderful person, Elin. We're ready to go. It's game
Yeah,
time.
we are. Let's do it. I'm so hyped.
Before not to derail your hypedness, before we get there, I think it's only fair we plug the podcast one more time. It's
Mm.
called The Frontline. It is the official Cards podcast, and it is found just about anywhere you want to find your podcast. Video version also available on YouTube. But Elin, why don't you run down quickly what we chatted about? Because I know there's been a lot going on in the Cards community, and we don't want to dive in too deep. This OCC is about the players. We've got 8 fantastic competitors. But what did we talk about on the podcast?
We did sort of a brief, we started off, of course, talking about the podcast format and just, this is kind of the new thing that we're doing every single month. We're getting kind of different developers on to talk about different things that are kind of ongoing and upcoming in Cards. So starting off with a little bit of a recap of the 2022 World Championship, a little bit of a behind the scenes look there, and then going into the kind of changes ahead for esports in 2023, addressing kind of changes to the OCC, the Open, the new format, the special operations format, the World Championship, which is up ahead, which, to be fair, not a lot to say there, but there will be more in the upcoming months. Yeah, I believe that pretty much covers it. I mean, of course, talking about a little bit about the feedback that we've received already, and that is, definitely being heard. So definitely go check out the podcast. If you have any kind of thoughts, questions, chances are we address it in some way in that show.
Right on. Love it. So let's get that out of the way. Let's dive into the matter at hand. The OCC title for January is on the line. 1,000 USD is also on the line. Let's dive into our bracket and take a look at the players who will be competing today. And there you have it. On the top of the bracket, the man who you normally see on the top of most leaderboards and brackets. We got J King going up against the qualifier here, Tiger, who is that's going to be our first feature matchup, correct? Elin, I believe you and Darkness are going to be casting that one.
Yes, I believe so, and so hyped to do it. J King with a return of the Commandos, got some interesting decks there ready up, and Tiger definitely bringing some cool stuff as well. So really hyped to get into that one with Darkness.
Amazing. Right after that, we've got NoOne taking on Kill Switch winner. That's going to face the winner of our first matchup there. NoOne, no stranger to the OCC, Darkness went over their Soviet US list, which I think is a little bit spicy. So that could be a whole heck of a lot of fun. If we see NoOne get out of the quarters, we'll likely see that deck in action. That brings us to our second spotlight quarterfinal. Vinnie against Moy. Vinnie always bringing something fun, always bringing something interesting. Speaking of spicy, I saw what he titled all of his deck lists, and let me tell you, the spice is strong with this one. And then we got Moy's first ever OCC appearance, correct?
Yes, newcomer here into the OCC scene. As I mentioned briefly beforehand, someone that received a little bit of personal training from J King. So it'll be really cool to see how this first experience goes for him.
Excellent. And then in our last matchup, we've got XYLoser taking on XYLoser. Should be another fantastic battle. Let's not dive too deep into these right now because we got some player cards we can zip through. And Elin, we've got some stats on there that are going to be a little bit cleaner for us to take a look at.
Yes, we're definitely going to be seeing some different stuff in the player cards today, I believe. We're used to taking the kind of the overall stats from all games, from the history of the beginning of Cards, and today we're really kind of breaking it down. We've diluted it into only the ranked games, only in the December season, which is of course kind of the most relevant games for this OCC, and we've got some really interesting stats to dive into there.
Excellent. So why don't we go ahead and bring those up and start running through our players. There we see our defending two-time world champion, J King.
Yes, total matches in the December season 238 with a cool 200 wins and 38 losses. That means he has a win rate of 84.03%. Finished the season in first place and throughout this season mostly played Soviet. So really interesting to get this kind of different look. And I mean, just look at that win rate. I mean, that is insane.
It's funny because when we were looking at the old cards, right, the old player cards or player profiles, you know, J King would run a win rate of like 70% or something, which is already silly, like ridiculously good. But you break it down to one season, having an 84% win rate is absolutely nuts. And there's no question that J King sporting his Lucky Pineapple shirt is somebody who has earned the title of Cards World Champion not once but twice. I do think that's a new favorite card as well. I think Double Strength is a new appearance on this this profile as well.
I think so. Yeah, I can't remember the one that he had previously, but we're looking at a completely new type of profile for J King, and what an impressive one.
Absolutely. Let's dive into our next competitor. We have Tiger, who J King will be going up against. I mean, similar total matches, right? 215, 80% win rate here as well. Like, that just goes to show that there is not an enormous difference between the person who finishes first and the person who finishes 8th in this scenario.
Yeah, incredibly strong performance here by Tiger. I mean, slightly fewer total matches, but a very similar amount and a slightly lower win rate as well. But still, like, incredibly impressive here.
Now let's not forget that finishing 8th means you actually have to go through qualifiers. So the difference of a few wins in this case and 2 points of win rate means your path to the OCC is a whole lot more difficult.
Absolutely. And I mean, Tiger proved his skill by making his way through the qualifiers and making it into those last 2 spots. And also interesting to see that his most played nation in this December season is Britain. So there's definitely some variety going on here.
Excellent. So let's take a look at the next player. I believe we've got NoOne coming up next. There you have it. We see the War Machine is a favorite card. That one's popped in pretty darn often. Look at those total matches though, 612.
Yeah. I mean, this is almost 3 times as much as we're seeing kind of from Tiger and J King. So like a lot of matches played in the December season. 463 wins and 149 losses, leading to a 75.65% win rate. Of course, an incredibly high win rate as well. But very interesting also to kind of look at the nitty-gritty details here. See, you know, how much one player is playing versus another, and he then ends up in 4th place in the season with his most played nation as Germany.
Absolutely. Let's bring up Kill Switch, but I think to your point, this is important to note that again, you see that difference in total matches. Kill Switch running in about 263. Obviously, it's important to note as well that, you know, some players maybe had started a little further back in the rankings, maybe had to grind a little bit more, but that's not usually the case with somebody like NoOne, somebody like Kill Switch, who are, you know, regularly in the OCC. So these players are playing a lot of games at a very high level, and Kill Switch doing it with style at an 80+% win rate as well.
Absolutely. Really strong win rates that we're seeing across the board here. And I mean, 80.99%. That is crazy stuff. He finishes in 5th place and with his most played nation as Britain. Extremely strong player here again.
Right on. So next up, fan favorite Vinnie. Now, somebody who's played, again, good amount of matches, very solid win rate, finishing 2nd in the season. Vinnie known for playing some fun stuff as well, which has kind of gotten him that reputation in the community.
Yeah, absolutely. 327 total matches, so a little bit more than J King, not quite as much as NoOne, but still a real solid amount of total matches throughout. And I really like the 76.76% win rate. I don't know if he aimed for that, but it came out real nice. Finishing in 2nd place with the most played nation, Britain. Yeah, very interesting to see these kind of how many matches these guys are playing, and kind of wondering, you know, if which nations are their favorite has any impact on ultimately their win rate, what is being kind of most successful in this last season.
Absolutely. And then Vinny's opponent is Moy, who's competing here at the OCC for the first time. 510 total matches, finishing 26. Now, this could be an example of somebody who maybe did have to grind a little bit more to get there, finish 26, and then have to go through the whole qualification process. So those extra matches maybe help them go on to get a better feel for the meta.
Absolutely, and probably you get a really good sense of kind of what is going on at the top. But then I'm also sure that through kind of training a little bit with Jake and getting that kind of insight into preparing for a tournament for the first time, that must have been incredibly valuable in going through the qualifier process and making it into the top 8.
And also playing out of Peru, so a good bit of variety in the way of the nations that these folks are here representing as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And a 70.98% win rate as well, which is incredibly impressive. And definitely goes to show, I mean, you could be a newcomer, but you're still all the way up there. That is incredibly impressive from Moy.
Right on. So let's dive into our last matchup. We've got XYLoser here. Again, look at those match numbers. They're kind of creeping up as we work through the bracket.
Absolutely. 548 total matches, 17 wins and 131 losses, leading to a 76.09% win rate. Still an incredibly high win rate. I believe that, we haven't seen anyone below 70% here, which is just insane to think about already. He finishes in 3rd this season. Most played in this last season was Germany. So yeah, again, very, very impressive stats from this player.
And to be able to maintain that win rate over 500 something matches is a whole other story, right? That is consistency at its finest.
Absolutely.
All right. And last but certainly not least, XYLoser, again, creeping up there in the way of those 600 some odd matches. That win rate here did drop just a tiny little bit, though. I think you just went out there and you jinxed it, right?
I did. Sorry about that. But still, 68.96% win rate. I mean, that is insanely impressive. And XYLoser taking that last spot of the ones kind of guaranteed to make it to the top 8 with the most played nation of Britain. Of course, as we mentioned before, when you're playing kind of 600, total matches, keeping up that win rate is like a whole other thing. And I'm sure that you're kind of maybe trying out some different thing, doing a little bit more variety. But incredibly impressive player yet again.
Absolutely. And I think that, to your point, there's different avenues to take to get to the OCC. You can be a bit more efficient with your time. You can be a bit more efficient with your games. You can go and just jam a whole heck of a lot of games. I forget who it was during the World Championships that said, my favorite decks are the ones that don't take a lot of brain power because I play a lot of games. So different avenues, right, for different types of players. But we're going to see one of the most efficient in our first matchup here. We're going to have J King versus Tiger. Elin, you're going to be casting this one with Darkness. And I do believe the players are in the process of selecting their bands. So you've seen the players, you've seen the profiles, you've seen the bracket, you know what's happening. Without further ado, let's go and take a look at our first matchup.
Hey there, Darkness.
Hi, Elin.
Good to be here with you for this first OCC of the year.
It's been a while, though. It feels like a long time since we had the KARDS esport action going. But yeah, it's a new year and we are back into this OCC. Did we see the deck lists already? Should we see the deck lists?
I believe we should take a quick look at these at the decks that our two players here, J King and Tiger, are bringing. And Darkness, you are our expert analyst, so I hope that you can guide us through these decks and give us some insights into what these players are bringing.
I hope so. So let's make it quick and easy. J King is bringing 3 decks as necessary for this event. The first one is US-German Frontline. Very popular last year. It's an aggressive decks, and you used to play this deck fast, aggressive. You want to occupy the front line and use buffs and combos with that, like the Sherman and the Blitzkrieg. And The second deck of J King is the commando deck list. It's definitely rarely seen in the cards esports scene, and we talked a lot about this in the pre-show. So as summary, this one is an commando combo deck. You have those little units, the commando units and the honey, of course, and you want to play a ton of cards. Reichsbank is enabling this kind of playstyle by using a few credits to give you a ton of credits in the turn after, when you want to play basically 10 cards or sometimes even more to really abuse the power of commando units. And it's an aggressive and explosive deck. And the last one, we talked about a similar version, not actually the same, but we talked about J-Aggro, and everyone playing cards knows J-Aggro. It's the aggressive deck in cards, very fast, a lot of units with 0 operation cost and only 1k cost to deploy. Recently added the third Yokosuka, you see here as well, and this is just going to J King. Wants to get a good start, wants to occupy the front line, and pressuring from turn 1 into the HQ of his opponent. And his opponent is Tiger, bringing also 3 decks, of course, but completely different decks. Tiger is playing like different meta than J King. Tiger is bringing control decks. As you can see here, this is German Italy control, and actually heavy control. You not only have like Marinostrum, decisive defense, only 1 Sunstrike though, and not even careless talks, but of course root out the enemy to be able to deal with aggression. He really needs to find these cards to be able to keep up with J King's aggressive decks. But in the late game, he's unstoppable with Wolf Packs, with U88, with Annihilation, with Schwalbe, with Leopold, with King Tiger, and of course the 7th Alpini Regiment, giving you a ton of healing as well, just from dealing combat damage. So this is a very strong deck, more centered to the late game. If Tiger survives until then against J King. The second deck is his US Italy ramp deck. Another control deck with very little early units. He's looking for the War Machine to get his ramp, his snowball ability going. Maybe War Machine into Quartermasters, into something good like the Big Birds, the P34D, the units that destroy something, or the 7th Alpini Regiment to build up first the ramp credits, the credit advantage, and then the big units to capitalize on this strategy. And Tiger's last deck is a little less heavy, but also very scary, of course. It's Brit Japan, and this is a version of the credit denial deck. Credit denial means you destroy credit slots of your opponent. Southern Plan does that, Shelling does that, and Daylight Bombing does that. If you find Observer Corps turn 1, you can play Daylight Bombing or Southern Plan turn 2, kind of snowballing into the credit disadvantage towards your opponent, and then following with heal with the British controlled units, leading into just overrun your opponent with units while your opponent is not able to play them, or leading towards a massive heal and Commonwealth kill at the end. So these are the deck lists of our first matchups, and now we have to look at the bans.
Yes, and I mean, like you said, some really different deck lists from these two players. You know, J King bringing frontline commandos, a lot of aggro, whereas Tiger's got a lot of control. If you're J King right now, are you feeling a little nervous?
Looking at the Brit deck, of course, so I would definitely ban that and then just hope for a good start, because on paper it should be very difficult for Tiger to withstand the explosive power of J King's decks in the first place. From Tiger's side, I think banning J aggro is a good idea, because usually J aggro overruns the slower decks like US Italy aggro, or this version of German Italy control. But I think the bands are ready.
Yes.
Let's
Let's take a
show
look at them.
them. And here we see J King banned the Brit deck, of course, but Tiger did not ban the J aggro list. Instead, he banned the commando list. We got a little bit of insight from Berto Burrito talking about how J King is optimizing this commando list. And maybe Tiger realized the danger of this list. I don't really know. He didn't went for the safe ban with J aggro. But if J King is really building something and is up to something, you're gonna respect it.
Yes,
This-
absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, and then how the kind of Jagro deck performs. You know, was this the right call by Tiger? Of course, who knows? Maybe Tiger has been testing out against this deck, and seeing that he has some troubles with it. So I guess we'll have to find out.
Maybe. I would guess it's because of the Reichsbank. You know, this has so much tempo, maybe even more tempo than J aggro. To get this explosive start, Tiger can't really compete with in the early stage of the matches. But we are going into the match, and J King is starting with the US frontline deck. It's a little bit slower than J aggro, so J King wants to bring his weaker deck first into Tiger. Tiger on the other side starting with Germany, and he has definitely things to do with his root out, with the 998th Infantry Regiment. He's able to attack and get into the front line. So J King is thinking really hard what to do here, how to start.
He's got a couple of options, and I mean, looking at his hand, it looks like the future might be exciting here for J King if things line up.
It is. You know, you can always play those 30-second infantry regiments. It's a safe pick, but playing the combat engineers here with Tiger only having a single sudden strike would be a little bit more aggressive, leading to J King playing turn 2 the Panzer 35T and attacking with 3 damage. So J King playing it slow and safe and only sending a unit into the front here. This is not very optimal. Could be better for J King right now. But oh, look at that. He found the Skytrain.
Oh wow!
And having the half track and having the Panzer 35T. There are so many options for J King here. And now
That's
he's going
great
for the
timing.
damage.
Yeah, might as well start quickly, right? I mean, that's kind of how J King needs to play this, you know, but like push up the pressure as quickly as he can
The
before.
Marinos from top deck.
Oh wow!
Tiger not only can just play the root out, kill anything J King has on the field, good trade, definitely. But root out would heal for 6 back to 20 while killing 1 unit and having a very powerful Volksgrenadier in his support line J King has to deal with.
Yep.
So Tiger a little bit on the back foot, of course, but with several options. Well, I guess more like two options here. But two good
definitely
options.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 really good possibilities, and it looks like he's going for the Mare Nostrum.
Yes, Mare Nostrum, and of course using Lurking Danger to get his from the deep and decisive defense. J King knows. I think these are the only 2. No, there's a third. Night Hunter. Let me
But he
find that for you.
he has a pretty safe bet of what Tiger's got in his hand right now. But as you said, he's got now Tiger, very strong unit there. How is Jake gonna deal with this? He needs to clear this out. But
Yes,
it's
Jacking can't allow Tiger to attack again and get another 6 HP. So Jacking had to kill it. But the HQ, look at the HQ, both are at 20. Although Jacking had the early good starts, early aggression, this looks very good for Tiger since he's much stronger in the late game. Playing the Sky Train turn 4 is not ideal, but of course will give constant small units J-King can flood the board with. But again, look at J-King's face. He knows he's running out of times, and Tiger is doing very well right here.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
Tiger is looking to play the Hipper. He could go for countermeasures or the Jagdbomber, but turn 5 Hipper is so strong. Tiger was going first, and this means he has a little bit of credit advantage over J-King. With Admiral Hipper, he has now an extra card and credit advantage. Tiger has 6, while J-King just used 4 credits. It's going better and better for Tiger here.
Yeah, feels like J King is definitely on the back foot here, quite a disadvantage on the credit side, and you can see it in his face. He's really trying to wrap his head around how to turn this around, and I'm sure that he can feel that his options are slimming.
Indeed, Tiger can look at this route out, but it doesn't really do a lot here. So maybe going for the Jagdbomber or U-88 is a little bit better. I would prefer the Jagdbomber and send back the frontline unit because J-King has the half tracks. And just a plain unit without any effect, like this, J-King can, for 3 credits, retreat this unit, deal damage, move into the front line, have another tank there. He just got the tempo advantage back. But Tiger is able to respond with the root out and just killing 3 units, reducing the attack of 2 more, and setting
That's
up.
pretty painful.
It is, and setting up a countermeasure. J-King knows about this. Testing from the deep. Now knows it is the decisive defense. In theory. So J-King, I bet he won't attack and just develop the board. Yes, he knows. World champion play level right here.
Yeah.
And now Tiger again is on the back foot. Yes, he has more options and more credits, but J-King played around the countermeasure, not activating this, getting another tempo advantage right here. So Tiger,
he needs to turtle up a little bit, putting a guard unit down with a 7th Alpini and
indeed, but J-King is able to deal with it. He has a half track and he has the dive bombing, testing for the countermeasures, just sending a 30-second infantry regiment in from the deep. He can play half track and retreat it, or going towards the dive bombing and opting to kill it actually, without leading to heal. He's going to draw first with the Sherman, then the dive bombing coming in. It's down to 6. It's a little bit risky here because now he has a 50% chance left of killing it. What could be a mistake. So he's not even going for the 50% chance since this unit has not damaged this turn, and J-King has a second dive bombing the next turn to deal with that without going for the heal here. Again, a little questionable move by J-King, letting this Alpini regiment live. But Tiger has other problems right now, not gonna lie.
Yeah. And what are these problems? How is Tiger gonna get his advantage? Back.
The biggest problem is J King's flood of the board, and
Mhm.
this is why he's going for more card roll with a Heinkel. Comet, of course, very, very strong here, but root out is so necessary to deal with the flood of units. J King not happy at all, seeing his board vanishing and
Wow.
only leaving 2 units left here.
That
This
is
was
huge.
this was a little bit of a liberation punch from Tiger here. Even better would have been the Leopold. Tiger really wants to find the Leopold. Sadly, the Heinkel did not survive. And J King really has to pressure here.
Yeah.
The Leopold!
Oh wow.
J King is able, Tiger is able to play the Leopold and kind of overdraw J King here a little bit with that.
Yeah.
J King has ways to respond, but this requires 2 Wirbelwinds. Maybe Wirbelwind and 99th Infantry Regiment. But this Sherman is gone, Blitzkrieg is gone, J King
Easy.
clapping. There's applause for giving Tiger the credits, finding all the necessary key cards
Wow.
to actually
What a
survive.
top deck. What a card to get right in that moment, right after you say it. Just the exact thing he needs to push everything back on J King. You know, he has to throw one of them away. What a moment. Man, J King is not looking happy about this one.
Yeah, it was. I don't want to call it just luck. Tiger played very well and looking for this moment, going for the card draw with the Heinkel, being able to grind through his deck. But of course, a little bit of RNG is always needed to be able to win against someone like J King. J King now trying to get as much board presence as possible, while also killing this Leopold, of course. This is very much needed. He's going with the Wirbelwind into the front line, Greyhound into the front line, and using the dive bombing to make his units survive, to be still able to put on the pressure.
Very strong response there from J King.
Very strong. Especially with moving the tanks into the front line, attacking and having definitely a threat. Look at that, 5 damage. Potential another Blitzkrieg in his deck. J King is running 2, I think. Tiger now definitely has to respond. And probably the best is the Jagdbomber here. To get rid of the buff of the Greyhound, send this one back. Of course, it's getting pinned by the Wirbelwind. But you really need to reduce the amount of damage taken here. And Jagdbomber is great because J King knows there is a decisive defense in Tiger's hand, and whenever he will leave 3 credits floated, J King will capitalize on building the board and get more tempo advantage.
Double
And
5th
not
Rangers,
detecting.
they're straight up into the front line. I mean, Tiger's HQ, unless he does something pretty quickly, is looking like it's not going to survive for much longer.
Yeah, Tiger really needed a Mare Nostrum top deck here. He did not find it. The King Tiger is strong, but not in this position. So he's looking for it. There it is. There is the Mare Nostrum. I'm very sure he's going for the Mare Nostrum onto the Tiger. Is it Penta G?
That definitely seems like the only correct move to make here.
Yes. Killing J King knows, yeah. And now killing a unit and probably setting up decisive defense to protect the HQ. Right now, just talking about which unit to kill, but it should be one of those rangers to reduce the amount of damage taken here. Jaking,
And now Jake
seeing
needs to, yeah, I mean, he needs to get rid of that unit somehow, right? He doesn't have a lot of options for that.
But by getting rid of the unit, J-King loses his board presence, what is crucial. On the other
Yeah.
side, he can't allow Tiger to attack more and get another 7 HP. It's looking bad for J-King here. Without finding his much needed with Blitzkrieg, he can't kill Tiger right here and has to trade. Of course, he traded very well. Both Wirbelwinds survived, and he sent back the Jagdbomber, meaning this one will get pinned if Tiger will deploy it again. It's tough, very tough looking here for Tiger.
Absolutely, but what a back and forth here, you know, really feels like these two are very nicely matched throughout this game. And I mean, J-King being able to kind of play around Tiger's deck here in these last several turns, incredibly impressive.
J-King playing around Tiger's deck and Tiger playing around J-King's deck.
Yes,
It's
yes.
just amazing to witness. Tiger definitely has a hard pill to swallow. Playing the 7th Alpini Regiment is very strong. J-King cannot believe that Tiger has some guards in his deck.
Always
But-
seems to have the right answer at the right time.
Yeah, it looks like it.
But it kind of feels like that's sort of how it's been for both of them. I mean, I think it's been a struggle
Sherman,
from both sides.
This is important. It's not Blitzkrieg, but we can do it. We can do it looking super strong here since Tiger already used the Leopold. Half track is much needed, and J-King thinks about we can do it, but there's no route out. Actually, J-King can just attack. And yeah, using this, it's 8 damage. This is a ton of damage. Tiger now has to go into the defense. And yes, activating decisive defense, although this means he's wasting 3 credits. Blitzkrieg from J-King. Wow. J-King has now so much damage.
This
Of
is
course.
it, right?
I'm very sure this is it. He only needs 1 attack to kill the Alpini Regiment, but we can do it. We'll make everyone survive. 1 attack to kill the decisive defense.
Oh
and
my god, that is a
there.
lot of damage. That is, you know, that if the HQ would have been slightly more healed up, that could have taken it all the way. So wow, what an amazing game, and J-King really showing why he is the 2-time world champion here.
J-King played this very well. Of course, in theory, his deck is much faster and he is able to win against slow decks. But Tiger, I think Tiger played this exceptionally well, and not only around his possible options in his hand, but also the options in his deck, looking for the route out, looking for the Leopold, looking for the Mare Nostrum. He knew exactly what he needed to be able to win, and at the end, he was just not able to find this one little extra to get the board dominance here.
Yep. Excellent game. And we're already into the next one. J-King now bringing his J aggro deck against Tiger's US Italy ramp control deck. J-King is really going to try to push this one in fast, right?
Yeah, definitely. J-King has now maybe an even better matchup with J aggro against the very slow German Italy control. Tiger needs to have an explosive start, and not being able to play something turn 3 is so horrible for Tiger here. He needed something, just something like an Hour of Need would be best into a 7th Alpini regiment to be able to deal with Jaking here. But not being able to use this turn is almost crucial. So this one is maybe decided by the mulligan. Jaking now is able to deal, how much is that? 8 more damage,
Wow.
reducing the amount of HP to 9. And just with this board, Jaking has technically
Oh,
lethal.
wow.
And that's it. Tiger needed to play something turn 3 with 4 credits to survive the turn after, but he did not find his options.
What a
And
game. Was it even 2 minutes? Tiger just, I mean, we saw him immediately get the mulligan. He threw his entire mulligan away. He was not happy with the cards he got. He did not get the cards that he wanted the second time around. And J King was just able to build up the momentum so quickly that Tiger knew he had no options. That was it.
it's just the nature of this heavy ramp deck. You really need to find the key specific cards, but again, against this explosive J aggro deck from J King, this is just not a good matchup. So yeah, he would have needed to win the matchup earlier to get a second chance against the less slower deck from J King here. By losing the first one, going into the second series, technically he was left with maybe a 10% win probability.
Yeah.
So that was just the nature of this entire series. But again, Tiger did not make any crucial mistake. He played it very, very well, and he played against the world champion. So it's nothing to be ashamed of.
Of course,
Definitely not.
incredibly impressive performance by both of those players. That first match was amazing throughout. Huge kudos, of course, to J King moving on into the semifinals. How about we throw it back over to myself and Christo on the host desk to bring us into our next featured quarterfinal game.
Elin, I don't remember the last time I saw a series go from one of the hardest fought matchups I've seen to an absolute blowout in a flip of a coin.
That was incredible, and like we were mentioning, I mean, that first match really just amazing plays throughout from both sides. Both players really just next level plays every single time, getting amazing cards at the right time, and somehow always being able to play around each other's decks. Of course, finally ending with J King's victory there at the end when he grabs the Blitzkrieg. Incredibly decisive end there, and then moving into the J aggro matchup with J King. I mean, he got the right cards. He got the ones that he needed and wanted, and kind of just thinking back to the ban picks, and thinking back, was the Commandos the right deck to ban out of J King's lineup? It's always hard to, hindsight 2020, but I mean, both of these players, amazing performances. Tiger was just very unlucky not to get any of what he needed in that second matchup. And of course, huge congrats to J King.
Absolutely. So it's funny because we've got, Berto in our casters chat mentioning, I don't understand the ban that Tiger made. And in seeing Tiger's list, they're, a little bit slower. You've got the ramp deck. You've got a little bit more control on that side of things. So, J King started off It was funny. Darkness said, "Oh, he's gonna go with his frontline deck. It's a bit slower." And then J King started off with a bang. But Tiger
Yeah.
kept pulling. He pulled the Root out, then he pulled the Leopold, then he got the Mare Nostrum. So he was constantly on the defensive, but was able to pull that out. And then, yeah, the Blitzkrieg and the Weekend Duo ended up being too much in that first game, but. It would have been interesting, like you said, hindsight is 2020. Would have been interesting to see how that would have played out with a different deck lineup on J King's side of things, because he kind of left him with the Tiger left him with the quicker decks.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, I think both of these guys are very used to being in tournaments. J King, of course, he is the two-time world champion. It could have gone either way. I would say, especially looking at these deck lineups, but I think that J King, of course, is proving time and time again why he is the tournament master.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and bring up the bracket, because we did have our two other quarterfinals. We've got a little bit of an update there for you as well before we get into the next matchup. So there you have it. You see J King going over Tiger 2-0. NoOne defeats Killswitch 2-1. You want to talk about hype, Elin? This J King NoOne semifinal, I am so pumped for it. Then you see the bottom of the bracket. You got Vinnie and Moy coming up in just a few moments, with Berto and Spooz casting that one. XYLoser defeating Xiaolang in what was a pretty quick matchup as well. I think a lot of Brit has been banned so far in these matchups, so I'm not entirely surprised. We're getting a lot of aggro. We're getting a lot of quicker matches here in those non-televised quarterfinals.
Yeah, really interesting to see these results, and very excited for the J King versus NoOne matchup. But of course, the last quarterfinals game, Vinnie versus Moy. We've got our newcomer. We've got Vinnie as well, someone that we've seen around a few times. Always brings some exciting decks. It's going to be interesting to see who ends up facing XYLoser in the semifinals.
Right on. So I'm pumped for that one. Let's kick it over to Spooz and Berto to call all the action in our final quarterfinal.
Thank you, Elin and Christo. Yeah, I'm here with Berto to cast the second featured quarterfinals with him here. It will be Vinnie versus Moy. What do we expect, Berto, from that matchup?
Well, it's pretty hard to say. Their lists are pretty similar and pretty even.
Yeah, speaking about the list, maybe we take a look at them first, and then we just get a conclusion who's maybe having an advantage here. That might be the better order. So maybe you can guide us through Vinnie's deck list here. It would be nice.
Sure. So Vinnie is running a Jagro, which is also running Audacity and double Aichi, but he is opting to still keep in Bombing Raid. So we might see a little bit more difficulty with the consistency with the Eratos to find something like Feigned Retreat, but maybe it's a little bit stronger earlier on. We will have to see with that one.
Also no Yokozuka in it, right? So Vinnie just going more of the standard line here, just added Audacity, but overall it looks like the standard Jagro list, right?
Yeah. He has a Brit Air with 3 copies of Lend-Lease, which is really quite top heavy, and he will not have any problem drawing his entire deck if the game calls for it.
Yeah,
but you
also
need to
Triple
get to that
Convoy,
late game first. Yep,
Yeah.
and 3 convoys. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just found it very, very impressive that I think he really wants to have options of drawing and really wants to get some big, maybe Empire Strikes at some point, because sometimes you're just struggling with these Empire Strikes to just find enough bombers, and I think with triple Land-Lease and double and triple Convoy, you definitely have options to find one of these bombers.
Yes, and the deck that he's bringing that breaks from the pattern a little bit is this Soviet Italy deck, which is more of a control deck running 2 copies of Bologna Regiment, which we haven't seen as much in recent past. People have more often been going for decisive defense, but Vinnie opting completely out of that, saying, I'll take my Bolognas, I'll take my 7 Falpinis, and I'm just gonna play the guards. I don't want you to not attack my HQ because I'm holding up Guri and you're staring with your intense eyes at my deck list to make sure every play you make is perfect. I don't want to take the risk of somebody passing and I just lose 3 credits.
Yeah, we had some nice arguments or discussions last year with a lot of people. I think Blue Blast has been involved, Bubbles. Which one is actually better, Bologna Regiment or Decisive Defense? I think there are arguments for just both. So there was a time when people just put in both Bologna and Decisive. Now we've seen people making decisions. So what is your opinion on that? Which one is better, actually?
I think for ladder, Decisive Defense is a lot better. But in these high-level tournaments, you see people play around Decisive Defense all the time, and it can get really awkward when you are trying to get that guard up, but you need your opponent to attack first. And you just... and they just play around it. And then when they play around it, the card gets a lot worse. So I think for this tournament, it's a pretty reasonable change. I wouldn't say for sure that it's better in tournament, the Bologna Regiment, but I would say for sure that Decisive is better on ladder.
Okay. Yeah, just for the surprise effect, right? People don't have open deck lists on ladder, so it's mostly surprising a lot of players when there's just a Decisive Defense. Okay, thank you for that one. And next up, we will have Moist deck list, starting with also with a Brit Japan air list here. Not that many land leases, only 2, and 3 convoys. So a little bit less draw heavy, but still a lot of draw, right? Is it just usual that you play so many land leases in Brit air these days?
So because of in the Japan minor deck, you tend to run more low-cost units than you did in Britain and Italy minor or Britain and US minor. So to make up for that, it becomes even more important to have draw in your deck so you don't run out of fuel with all these 1-drops. So often people are running 4 convoys and 2 lend leases, or 3 convoys and 2 lend leases, I think is pretty standard.
Yeah, and it's not just the airplanes, right? It's also just cards like Air Superiority only costing 1. So it's very, very easy to just dump your whole hand and then you're stuck with an empty hand, and that's really what you don't want with air. So yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Second deck from Moy is another Jaguar list. Maybe you can guide us through this. He's playing, for example, Yokosuka.
Yes.
No bombing right there.
I really like respecting the Yokosuka. I have been loving it in Jaguar. I find it's quite common that you're able to get pre-attack on Yokosuka, sometimes even on turn 2, if you have 2 other blitzing 1-drops up to the front line. And it really does a lot of work for the consistency of this deck. To make sure you have a 1-drop on turn 1. And that even enables you to do things like keep second rating brigade more commonly if you know it's a good card in the matchup, or Sendai Regiment if you know your opponent's running Mare Nostrums and you're going to need an answer to that Panther G that they play the Mare Nostrum on. So I'm a huge fan, but also not running any of the Aichis or Audacity, which is more traditional and maybe better, but I don't know.
I guess we will find out. So last deck for Moy is just US German frontline. That list looks very similar to J King's list, to be honest. 2 Blitzkrieg in there, 2 dive bombings. We just saw the potential of that deck.
Yeah, I believe it's the exact same list, actually. So I know that Uwu Moy and J King have been in some contact with Moy helping out. J King helping out Moy a little bit. And I did hear a little bit about that little coaching session that J King did with him. And one of the things J King said to me was, one of the things that he just needed to say was like, you're a lot better than you think, and if you just push for top 6, you'll probably do pretty well. And then Uwu Moy is, like, right now in the season, he's in 3rd place right now for the next coming OCC, so we'll probably see him again. And I think he might be a mainstay just with that little bit of a confidence boost to not get to top 30 and stop and say, okay, I'll play in the qualifiers, but to say, I can do this and I'm going to push myself to do this.
Yeah, pretty impressive. He also just fought himself through the qualifiers. I think he finished 26th last season. Tiger and him has been the qualifier winners. So yeah, pretty impressive, and it just shows what one session of being coached by a very good player can make of a difference. And yeah, we'll see if it pays out today. Vinnie is very, very hard contestant. He finished second last season, just 3 points behind J King. So very tough opponent to take on here. So since we took a look at the decks now, what is your opinion? What might be the bans and who's maybe having an advantage here?
Well, I think the key thing here comes down to Vinnie's Soviet Italy control deck, because that's the one deck that's sort of breaking out of these sort of standard mid-range aggro lists. And I am not sure if it's going to be able to consistently find the fast and defensive things consistently enough, but you do have Mary Nostrum, you do have a lot of guards, and if you get to those turn like 8s where you're able to start putting down 270-second guards, then the late game is going to go really well for you. But that's if you can get there, right?
So
Without bleeding too much.
Yeah, the big advantage of Soviet compared to German control maybe could be the T60, since the T60 is a tank and is a guard, and it cannot be bounced by half track. And we just saw from J King versus Tiger how much impact just it can have to have a half track bouncing a guard there. The opponent is spending 6 credits, think he can guard up his HQ. J King is playing for a bounce card for 3 credits and can just continue to attack the HQ. You cannot do this with a T60. So I think it could be a very good tech card against US frontline, and then combined with all this healing, Mar Nostrum, combined with the other guards, it can be pretty strong. I completely agree. So,
Yeah,
we just saw both players ban Britain. Yeah, I think we can both agree with this, right? Britain,
Yep.
Japan, still a very, very strong deck. But what do you think about Moy maybe banning exactly that Soviet list there from Vinnie? Would it have been a better choice?
It would maybe be a more comfortable choice, so that you're playing against 2 decks that you're extremely familiar with. But at the same time, you're familiar with those decks because they're so powerful, right? So I could definitely see banning the Soviet, but Brit Air is very strong, and you don't want to be matched up against Brit Air if they're going first with a bomber and you have all these one-attack units in Jagro.
Speaking about the T60s, look what Vinnie is having in the starting hand here. Triple T60, definitely not keeping them.
No.
What are you looking for here when you're Vinnie? For Bloody Sickles, most likely, right?
Yes, Bloody Sickle is the best card you can find. Probably the second best is Bologna, and first Rifles. 39th pretty good, Bryansk very good. Honestly, really solid starting hand for Vinnie.
But also for Moy, he's having the 5th Cavalry plus Befehlswagen opening here. Followed up by 22nd maybe, but Brian's pretty strong here to keep the HQ health clean.
Yeah. And a first Rifles, one of the strongest cards in the entire game in my opinion. Just essentially a 3/9 guard in a lot of aspects, coming down on turn 4 against Jagro. Uwu is not going to get a lot of damage through in this early game, I do not think. And that could be a real issue.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because Vinnie has access to Mar Nostrum, so even if there would be damage, there's still the potential to heal back. But now not having the possibility to deal early HQ damage here should be really, really hard for Moy to do anything.
Yeah, and really hard to get these Eratos out too. He'll have to double trade first before even playing a card like Type 93 to make the trades better if he wants to get any of these Eratos out this turn.
But then he cannot play the Type 93 first.
Exactly. So
Really?
it really causes a lot of issues. And Akita hitting the wrong target is not what you want to see.
I mean, there has to be some secret coding in cards, like always hit the target that you don't want to hit. Somehow the game knows what you want to hit and then always hits the opposite target. Sometimes it feels like that. But yeah, you just talked about it. Moi just dealt with a 3-5 guard just to face a 3-4 guard on the next turn now. Yeah, and looking at Moi's hand, it's not looking that great. 2 Arados, sure, he has a faint retreat.
Yeah, he's probably going to be forced to play that on turn 6. So even if you get a Desperate Measures from the Arado, you're probably not going to want to play it. You will still want to play Arado first, though.
Is he going to play the Desperate Measures here? Probably not, right? Because you mentioned it. You cannot play Faint Retreat then next turn.
Yeah,
So,
I'm very
yeah.
curious about the second Arado over the Sendai. Because I would expect you're almost always wanting to play Feigned Retreat here. So that's a decision that surprises me a little bit.
I think drawing the Signal Regiment here might delay the Desperate Measures 1 turn now. You don't want to lose Signal Regiment. And now you have the option to play Desperate Measures, get rid of the guard.
Yeah, but 39th is going to take this.
Oh yeah, you're correct.
And with this new version of the deck, you don't have a lot of burn in it. One of the things that makes this matchup playable for Jagro is that it takes quite a while for the Soviet deck to really get the good units that they want to put Marion Ostrom on to heal. But Vinnie doesn't really even need to worry about that anymore. There's not a lot of burn. He has to pass his entire turn to play Feint here. And then Vinnie still needs to get through his entire deck, but I think he just can get through the entire deck without too much hassle here, if I'm not mistaken.
I just realized how good 39th is against Jagro. Because usually, besides Hammer, you don't have that many good options to get rid of the Signal Regiment. But now you just turn it around and steal it and start burning the Jagro player.
Yeah,
That's
39th. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. I was...
39th is a huge game changer for this matchup. It really helps with the consistency a ton.
Ooh, key 83, not really what you want to have. You want to have more Akitas, I guess. Because this airplane is just too slow in this situation. But how is he ever breaking through this? There's just another wave of big stats units waiting in Vinnie's support line. And I'm definitely sure they might go to the front line here.
Yeah,
I mean, sure, you have to protect against the key first, sure. But what are you attacking if you're Moi here? Are you even?
Yeah, it's hard to say because you don't even know what you want the Akita to hit. Because it's not really bringing anything into range.
Yeah.
With our knowledge that Vinnie has 83rd Naval Brigade in hand, it is good that he traded with the 1/1 so that he can't just pop in the 1 damage and play 83rd. So that'll mean a little more time that the 5/5 isn't able to just keep smacking face. Oh, Vinnie deciding it can keep smacking face, actually.
Yeah, pretty
Why
comfortable
bother
dart
trading?
situation here. 1 Sender regiment was already played. So that guard could be good enough to protect the HQ here. And looks like Vinnie is just overwhelming him by pure board presence. Although Moi has the Feint Retreat activated.
Yeah, but a credit down really changing this game up quite a lot from that Desperate Measures earlier on. Even if you have all the card draw in the world, you're still limited by how many credits you have.
And now it kills him with his own unit. Oh no. Not just losing, also losing to your own unit. Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Vinnie with a very good starting hand here. And yeah, Moi also with a strong starting hand, but somehow lost the tempo there. 2 Arados. That surprise attack not really helping out. Feint Retreat came one turn later, but still having almost no impact. So that just showed what we just said. That Soviet Italy controllers, you really have to take this into consideration, and it really worked out here for Vinnie.
And for the Jagro side, you really need to have good tempo yourself when you play Feigned Retreat to not just fall behind like that. Because if you're already behind on the board, you can't afford to give your opponent an entire turn. But with those dead Eratos in hand, it was... and how many stats Vinnie was putting out in terms of guard, it was hard to control that for Uumoi that game.
Now we'll have the mirror here. Chances for both players to win, depending a lot of who's going first, who's having which starting hand. And Moi finding the 5th cavalry again in the starting hand, not followed up by a Befehlswagen this time. Deciding to go for the draw here over the Panzer 35T. Oh no, wait, I mixed it up. Never mind. It was the 15th from Vinnie. Sorry, I was just confused because we had a little error on the ban list screen there that just confused me a little bit. So, but now I'm in the game here.
All right, yes, Vinnie opting to play his Panzer 35T and trade rather than playing 22nd and not trading, which would have been the greedier option for him, which I like. Beef Wagon, quite a good draw right as the board gets cleared.
Yeah, this would be a good bombing rate target now with 3
Ooh.
and 2 attack unit.
And Type 93 off the top to get the trade into Shinhodo with a 50-50.
Yeah,
that Vinnie misses.
It's the other target again.
Yes. The one nice thing about these new cards that you can put into Jagro is that I can cut some Akitas. Because it's a very good card, but oh my goodness, it can be a frustrating one too.
Yeah, I also had some very painful experiences with Akita.
That Akita has pretty good aim though.
And now we see the first Aichi in play here today, and I'm excited to see how it performs. I mean, at this stage, I think the 2 operation costs are not having the biggest impact, but early on, I think it kind of reduces the Jagro tempo a lot. But we will see how it pays out now in the mid-range of the game.
And this is probably the worst spot that Aichi finds itself in, when your opponent has a fighter on board that trades evenly into it.
Yeah, he's kind of forced to attack the Dyna now with the Aichi2, right? Oh, but the bombing rate maybe making a difference here. Yeah, 2 face damage, kills the Type 93.
Uumoi
alive.
not playing around bombing raid with his positioning, which is a small mistake. Could have saved himself 2 life on that turn, which in the Jagro mirror is often very relevant.
Both players with Feigned Retreat in hand, so this could still be a very interesting match in the later turns here.
Yes.
The question is, when do you drop it? It's always difficult to say.
Yes, I think Vinnie was likely dropping it that turn, but Whirlwind is good enough of a pickup to delay 1 turn.
Yeah, especially against this card, right? The key 83. You really want to have this pinned, and also board present kind of important in this matchup, although Moi was also low on cards. So maybe it could have been a slight mistake there by Vinnie just holding that Feigned Retreat back, but I think it really has to come this turn, right? He cannot... Can he?
Well,
Can he play shit in here?
Shiden is also good. To be honest, both options are very strong. It's sort of what you want to play around. Do you want to play around a bunch of small things? Do you want to play around your opponent finding one of their Sendai regiments, or 2 Type 94s in this case, deal with a bigger threat in the Shiden? So
found the 3rd one.
Yeah, so Vinnie should be very happy here with the line that he went for. because it would have been punished if he had just dropped the Shiden.
Yeah, just in general, I think you want to hold up with or keep up with the tempo of the opponent. Since he saw that Moi played his feign retreat, you probably have to play yours to not lose. Yeah, to lose the tempo advantage there. So who had the better draw so far out of that feign retreat?
I would
Yeah.
say Uwu Moi. I think I would prefer the draws from. Vinnie with this key in hand isn't doing a lot, and Dina is pretty low stats to get the bonus draw, but at the same time, the bonus draw isn't so relevant when you have Feigned Retreat active. It's still nice to have a few more options.
Ooh, that desperate measures.
Yes, and no healing in the deck, that would mean Uwu Moi has to win this turn, which I don't think is very reasonable.
Let me check. No, I'm not even sure if this is possible. Without Blitzkrieg in the deck, I think there's no way that Moi is turning that game around. And we might have our second semi-finalist here. If we're not completely wrong, but there's no way.
Yeah, I think if Uwu Moi managed to chain like a bunch of type 93s to get that bonus attack, and so that he didn't need to trade off so much, maybe there was a very specific draw sequence that might have done it, but not realistically, and certainly not here.
And there we go. Desperate measures sealing the deal here for Moi. And Vinnie also with a very impressive 2-0 victory here. Our second semi-finalist. Our fourth semi-finalist, my god. Taking on XYLoser in the semi-finals. But yeah, before we get into this, I think we will cast this later. Nice. We will have J-King versus NoOne 5 first. Thank you so far, Berto, and we are giving it back to Christo and Elin.
Congrats, Vinnie, on making it to the semifinals. I know not everybody loves Jagro, but I have to say one of the most entertaining matchups to watch is after both players have played Feign Retreat and all they're doing is just slamming cards on the board back and forth for a couple turns.
Yes, that was such a cool couple of games to see. Really nice to see Moi's, first time kind of here on the big stage in the broadcast. Vinnie, of course, having been here a few times before, maybe having slightly more experience under this limelight, and Moi unable to wrestle out the victory there. But a couple of really cool games.
Absolutely. And Berto brought it up. Actually, before going to that, Berto, do not besmirch the Akita regiment. Thank you very much. But moving on from that, Berto did bring up that Moi, is I think he mentioned third right now in the rankings for this season, which is pretty cool because I think it's J-King, Vinnie, and Moi are all up there in like the top three, if I remember correctly, and that might have been my mistake. But just goes to show, I don't think this is the last time we're going to be seeing Moi in the OCC. So getting that experience under your belt is a big part of tournament play. Just looking forward to having them come back around, but pumped to see Vinnie move forward as well. Why don't we bring up the bracket here and see exactly where we're at now that we have our 4 semi-finalists. So here we go. Coming up next, we've got J-King and NoOne going head to head. It's going to be a heck of a series. You and Darkness are going to be casting that one. And then Vinnie, XYLoser in the bottom bracket. We're going to see that in just a few moments. While we're doing this, of course, Berto corrects me because Berto is, in fact, in second place on the OCC leaderboard. I think I mixed up Vinnie being up there in third last season. So thank you for the correction, Berto. You absolutely deserve the respect of being up there. So maybe we'll see you next month on the other side. But without, I mean, Elin, I don't know if we need to cover anything else. I'm pumped for this J King NoOne matchup. I know the players are getting ready. I know they're figuring out their bans. We've seen Brit banned pretty much across the board, even though J King was playing the Commandos version and not the Brit Air version that I think just about everybody else is playing. But you know, I'm curious to see if that's gonna be a pretty consistent, you know, decision going forward, especially based on, you know, what we saw in the first matchup where maybe J King's Brit ban, or the ban of J King's Brit list, wasn't the right decision.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say how it would have gone if things were the other way around. But let's see if that's the kind of the prevailing sentiment throughout today. And I'm so pumped for this next matchup: J King 7 versus NoOne 5. A couple of tournament titans about to battle it out here. So who's gonna take it? I don't
Right
know.
on. Let's go over to you and Darkness to break it down and hopefully walk us through those bans.
All right. Thank you, Christo. Hi, Darkness. Great to have you back here on the casting desk. Before we head into this matchup, now we've looked at J King's decks. We talked a little bit about one of NoOne's decks in the pre-show, his Soviet US deck, but we haven't seen his other decks in action, and it's probably good to have a little reminder as well of what J King is bringing. So why don't you talk us quickly through these decks that these players are bringing into this first semi-final matchup?
Course, Elin. So, as you mentioned, we already saw J King's decks, so I will just hop quickly through them as soon as they pop up for you. And this is J King 7. He's bringing J Aggro. We saw this in action. It's a very fast, aggressive deck. So the second one from J King here is his commando deck. We did not see this in action before, but we talked a lot about this one in the pre-show. It's a commando combo deck. Let's see if NoOne 5 will ban this or not. And the third one we already saw in action from J King. This is US German frontline, also very aggressive, a little bit of snowball deck here from J King. Now, his opponent is NoOne 5, and he's bringing very different decks. And his first one is Brit US Air. As the regular air, it has a lot of airplanes like the Gladiator, the Swordfish. So these small air units being able to get buffed by close air support. Very strong combination with the Greyhound here. Now, after the changes, there are 3 Dauntless bombers in here. 3 bomber with 1 heavy armor. Now only 2 operation cost in combination with 2 times the Havoc operation cost reduction as deployment effect, and the P38 lightning and damage buff for your bombers. So this is a little bit towards mid-range, and it's just a powerful air deck from NoOne 5 here. His second deck is a German tank deck. He switched it up from his regular German US deck. This is more of a frontline, similar to the old Fast Heinz deck. It has a lot of early units, but also some mid-game units like the Panzer 3E. And it's just another aggressive deck. You want to get units on the field, you want to get into the front line and use combinations like Greif, and Blitzkrieg to reduce the operation cost and buff your units with Blitzkrieg to attack with we can do it to make them last longer on the field, or in combination with the combat engineers. Very straightforward. It's a Blitzkrieg, a German tank deck. And the third one of NoOne 5 is from archetype wise different. I talked a lot about this in the pre-show. This is Soviet US value with a little bit of ramp, a little bit of combinations with B-17 and dual factories, and just a ton of value cards focused around the entire game. Like this one is not very specifically tech to beat something or to play in a very specific style, like an OTK deck. It's just an overall balanced deck with the maximum of value from the most strongest cards overall. So I'm very looking forward to see this one in action if J-King is not banning this one. And I believe we do have the bans ready. No, we do not have the bans ready. Okay.
But looking at these lineups, I mean, we've got two guys that are really good at crafting decks, right? And I mean, NoOne 5 is always bringing something, totally different from everyone else. How are you feeling about this matchup? Like, do you feel like either player is, has a little bit of an edge?
I thought a lot about this matchup before, because J-King and NoOne 5, they are playing regularly against each other in those tournaments. It's like almost every single month we do see them competing against each other, because both of them are exceptional strong players and they used to score high in the OCCs, in the Cards Open. Sometimes NoOne 5 wins, sometimes J-King wins. I think J-King won a little bit more often here. But I don't really think someone is having an advantage technically. Of course, J-King had more success in the past, but again, both are very strong, both are preparing a lot. And I think it's a very, very even matchup. And in the end, it will maybe come down to a single mistake or a card that needed is either in the hands of one of those or not. So I'm expecting definitely some good gameplay here and some strong matches without being able to tell who will win or who's having an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these guys are tournament titans. They've both, been through this so many times. They know the drill. They're not phased by the tournament experience, and they are both extremely skilled at putting together decks. So, like you say, it might be down to what happens in the mulligan, what cards you get at what time, and how you're able to play around that. But it was incredibly impressive watching J-King, of course, earlier. In his matchup against Tiger, of course, both players played really well, but it was just incredibly impressive to see, what I maybe felt initially was in that first matchup, a game that was sort of maybe slightly in Tiger's favor, and watching J-King just, really masterfully shift and the whole dynamic sort of shifting back and forth. It's going to be interesting to see how this next matchup then plays out.
Yeah, I can't say more to this. It's definitely like you mentioned. Well, I'm really interested who will ban what here.
Yeah.
Of course, we know the explosive power of J aggro. It even got buffed with the Yokosuka, and maybe NoOne 5 will respect that, but maybe he tends to respect the Commando decklist as well. It's a decklist we don't see that often, and maybe he just won't feel that comfortable to face commandos here in this scenario, in this OCC, because of the danger of making a mistake. You really need to play flawless against Jaking, and if you're not comfortable or don't really know how to play against the deck because you didn't practice that, or you don't have the experience from the ladder because it's not meta, this could be definitely a factor just to ban the commando deck here from NoOne 5.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I have to admit, like you say, we don't see the commando deck every day. I know it was something that Oli really loved seeing. I really hope that we get to see the commando deck at least once today. I feel like the spirit of Oli is here with us, and it's gonna come through this commando deck.
It maybe comes through, but maybe Ollie's Ghost will get banned out from NoOne 5. I wouldn't be surprised from that. And here we do have the bans. Jaking.
All right. Oh,
there
those were
was a
not
little
the right
mistake.
band.
Just no, we do have the bans, but this image was wrong. So just a couple of seconds, and we do see the bans. Here they are. Jaking's commando deck got banned, and NoOne 5's Panzer deck got banned. So we do see the Soviet version of the Soviet value deck. Looking forward to that. Also, we can't see Ollie's spirit with the commando
Ooh.
decks. It's a little bit sad.
That is such a shame. But like you say, maybe a little bit more unexpected. Players are a little bit less used to facing this deck, so would rather go for these sort of more expected outcomes. But who knows? I mean, this ban did not go so well for Tiger earlier. We're gonna have to see how it plays out for NoOne now.
We do need to see. Players are about to get ready to bring you the next action. Jaking versus NoOne 5.
And we're
this is the
in!
mulligan. The Soviet value deck against J aggro.
Yes, and I believe Jaking titled this deck in his deck list, I invented Feigned, so something that he's feeling very confident with, and he's gonna really come steamrolling out the front, I believe.
I'm still thinking about this matchup in theory. I practiced with NoOne 5 list before today, and actually this can struggle against J-aggro. It really depends if you're finding the bloody sickles early on, how much heal you're able to get out of the combat, out of the engineers battalion. If you're able to find the war machine turn 2, what NoOne 5 did here. So it's definitely a back and forth, and NoOne 5 has a lot of tools, but it's not a guaranteed win against J-aggro here.
No, definitely, but ultimately it's all gonna come down to what cards you get, what you get to play with at any given time. Jaking kind of starting off strong here, of course, just the way that he likes it. It looks like he's contemplating his options. What does NoOne have in his deck, and what do we want to play right now? Gets the Type 93 out there with a nice damage buff for his frontline units.
This Type 93 allows NoOne 5 to kill it with the Bloody Sickle, but he can't play a 4-credit unit and the Bloody Sickle. So good choice here by Jaking. Now this Ranger received another damage, but Jaking top deck is really, really bad. The second sentiment is not what he wants to see here. He can't really use the tempo of the J-aggro deck. He's looking a little bit frustrated here, and I can feel why. Having 2 Sendai's Regiment and the Shin, It's just a waste of time for a J-Aggro player and allows
Mhm.
NoOne to just play the Armor to train a big beast and being able to trade here another unit. I think it's a good option for J-King to be able to trade the type to get into the ranges, to have still the Akita Regiment. And Sendai Regiment can take care of that, allowing the Akita Regiment to attack the HQ. But of course, this little infantry soldier is able to trade against the Akita Regiment, and NoOne has more than enough options to deal right now with the front line of J-King.
Yep, J-King kind of struggling a little bit here. NoOne going for the Heroes of the Soviet Union. He's gonna get let's look at his options.
272nd Guards looks really strong here. Another guard unit 6/6 spawning a Stalin. A Joseph Stalin tank. Of course, 95 needs more time. And this T60 is probably going to give him more time.
Now he does have some ramp in his deck, which he's not been able to find yet. J-King, yeah. Pushing back up on the front line, getting the Befehlswagen, the Schieden out there, you know, trying to take control back here.
And doing great by establishing a board, getting the Schieden into the field, being able to attack twice next turn with the Schieden. Either going to trade and attack the HQ, or maybe trade even better. But NoOne is going to play another T60, so another guard.
Yeah,
This is a little bit more tricky for J-King here. All of those defenses from NoOne, guard after guard. And of course, we know there's a second 272nd, not only in his hand, but in his deck. So NoOne looks well protected.
Yeah, really got his HQ very well locked down there and not giving any opening to J-King's Schieden. Definitely, you know, these units are going to be quite a challenge for J-King to clear out and then deal enough damage to his HQ.
And it's not only those defenses. Look at the combination possibility. NoOne can steal the Sendai Regiment and upgrade it with Red Banner or Yule Factory to kill it, get back his armored train, I believe, and another Japan unit, which is a ton of value. But because of the nature of this combination, the armored train would not guard his HQ. So this is why NoOne is looking a little bit sad onto this option, and instead going for the Brahms Irregulars and going to trade into the front line here. So it's not the best option, not the most valuable option technically, but of course he needs to survive and protect his HQ, and this is why it is the best option here.
Yeah. Well, the Schieden is finally getting a little bit of action.
A little bit of action, indeed. Damaging the Brahms Irregulars, not killing it to save the HP on the Schieden. NoOne now has again several options here. One option would be definitely to play the 272nd Guards, but J-King has the second Sendai Regiment. He was so frustrated about earlier, but is now necessary just in case NoOne is playing the 272nd Guards. And I don't see a lot of other options, to be honest. Of course, he can play the combination of of killing the Sendai regiment and getting back the armored train. Maybe this is a little bit better, but of course the 272nd is just a safeguard.
He's really contemplating how to clear out that front line. Ends up going for the trade with the 5th Ranger.
Partisans, of course, I missed that. He's going to steal the partisans, moving it into the Sendai regiment into the front line. So the Japan unit is not in between the armored train and the HQ. Brilliant play by NoOne 5 here, getting back the armored train, and now leaving J-King definitely with little options here. He has to trade into the artillery. Can't really use everything to get rid of the train. J-King's right, he's thinking about it. He can attack with the Shin, but of course a bloody sickle, which 9.5 has, I think, 3 more in the deck, would be able to kill it, and the naval brigade also would be able to kill it. J-King playing the safe, not going to overextend here.
272nd guards coming out. Strong guard unit here.
Strong guard unit would be fun if you would just upgraded it into 2 Joseph Stalins, but this would be too vulnerable for him. So J-King now playing the Sendai, getting rid of the guard, trading with the Sendai, not being able to attack a second time. And there's a naval brigade, another super powerful elite unit, killing Sashiden. He's able to set up another guard, trade again into the front line. J-King running a little bit low on options here. He's able to play this turn quite well with the 2 sudden strikes, not sudden strikes, surprise attacks coming from the little Type 94 TKs, being able to deal with this ambush guards. J-King would, as a choice, as a way, not being able to kill it with any possibilities.
Definitely the best way to clear that off the board there, and opening up the HQ.
Opening up the HQ, dealing a little bit more damage, down to 4. NoOne 5 not finding anything very good here, as there's no guard, no bloody sickle or something. Not even the confusion or the second partisans to be able, or the hammer. This is
an interesting,
lost.
interesting last couple of draws here, getting the ramp at not the most opportune moment, and really running out of options in terms of how he can defend his HQ that J-King has really been chipping at in these last several turns.
J-King was looking like he's on the back foot, not able to break NoOne 5's defensives. But everything NoOne 5 has left is this single unit in the front line. And I think he placed the... No, he did not place the tank wrong. It just gets deployed on the side. Now, if J-King attacks with the Sendai regiment, the guard unit will not guard the HQ. This allows J-King to simply break through the front line and kill NoOne 5. And that's it.
Yep, there we go. J-King takes the first match against NoOne 5. Really strong play. I mean, it really looked like it could have gone either way, but J-King was really able to keep up that pressure throughout and bring home the win.
That was an incredible match to witness. J-King looking like on the back foot the entire series due to the lack of opportunities and speed from his cards due to the 2 Sendai regiments. But in the end, NoOne 5 was running out of options, and the 2nd Sendai regiment was able to remove the 272nd guard from heroes of the Soviet Union and being able to secure the victory for J-King. What an incredible match.
NoOne 5 bringing back his Soviet deck, hoping to get a little bit luckier with it this time around. And J-King, of course, now onto his US-German frontline deck, which he so nicely entitled 52-game win streak. Let's see if he can get a win out of this one.
Yeah, let's get into it. J-King is not having a great start. He did not find a single 1k infantry unit here, and he's devastated. Look at his face.
Yeah.
So he can play the Panzer 35T without separation cost reduction, what feels horrible. But you don't want to play the 99th Infantry Regiment without the buff. So NoOne 5 killing it with a single hammer. He again did not find the combat engineers, not find any 1k infantry regiment. J-King is in a terrible position here. But NoOne 5 is not in a good position either. He did not find a war machine yet. He did not find the first rifles. Well, he does have a T60, what allows him to get a little bit of time. So maybe it's fine from NoOne 5, but J-King not being able to rush into the front line and prepare for the Blitzkrieg is really, really hurting the early game of J-King here.
Absolutely.
Now it's NoOne 5 only real choice to drop a 5-5 tank here. Of course, it's not bad, but it's very slow. And maybe this will allow J-King to catch up a little bit. He looks suspicious too, because he's allowed to build up the board and not getting counterplayed immediately. So it kind of looks even and not in a good position from both of those players.
J-King was, of course, able to drop that Sky Train, so he might get he's going to be able to start printing some units again and might get some good ones out of that. NoOne going for a little bit of ramp there, and
yeah, there are not really options. He could go for the card draw, but this wouldn't help him in this position. So he had to trade and get this little bit of ramp to get closer to the B17, closer to actually play in this game here. While J-King is constantly playing more units. Well, I guess this is good for NoOne 5. He is now able to play Stars and Stripes and clear the backline from J-King. Maybe not enough so another option would be to play Partisans and trade with the 101st Airbornes. Now this is so good! The Briangs Irregulars, the top deck from the Bloody Sickle, allowing NoOne 5 to use the remaining 2 credits and set up a guard, which would J-King lead into losing both units if he wants to trade, just like the units are on the field right here. J-King
that is some great value.
That would be great value, but J-King has buffs like that, the 99th Infantry Regiment, allowing him to trade efficiently, sending another 5th Rangers into the front line, making things more difficult for NoOne 5, but not impossible, because there's the Partisans. No, he has to get the ambush unit. He can't trade into the ambush! NoOne 5 did a mistake, I'm very sure. I'm very, very sure, because he will just lose to ambush the 5th Rangers like that. He's calling
and he says it himself. That was a mistake. Ooh, J-King
Nice job,
with a little smirk on his face.
The trash talk's coming in. NoOne 5 gambling to get another Bloody Sickle. He's not getting the Bloody Sickle. He can't deal with the 101st Airborne. He can either trade away The 99th Infantry Regiment allowing J King to redeploy the 5th Rangers, and he will does it, or could get into the ambush. J King finally
NoOne calling
realizing the
GG on
mistake.
that.
9-5, wondering what's going on here. Oh, this was so crucial. He's just replaying it.
Yeah.
Getting into the
Redeploys.
front line, attacking for 6, flooding the board with those little 32nd Infantry regiments, and 9-5, finding the bicycle! That's
Wow.
insane! He's being able to find the 3rd or 4th bicycle to deal with the
Well done.
101st Airborne, and the 5th Rangers are able to clear out J King's 5th Rangers. I wonder if which options he's choosing. Okay, he's choosing the options for 0 operation cost and setting up a guard instead of getting an 8-8 with 4 operation cost. J King finding and
He's got the
Blitzkrieg, and
Blitzkrieg.
that's enough. Hellcat into the front line, Blitzkrieg being
Oh,
able
wow.
to get through the guard, and the Hellcat has just enough damage to kill here. One crucial mistake by NoOne was allowing J King to win this match, and just like that, J King is taking the advantage and going into the final.
What a matchup. Incredibly impressive play again by both of these two tournament titans. But in the end, on that last match, it's one little mistake can cost you everything. And I mean, NoOne very, he recognized his mistake, and very quickly thereafter he goes, GG. I mean, he knew that was a pivotal turning point in that game for him.
Yeah, it was just crazy. I mean, everyone made this mistake, not playing around ambush, thinking, yeah, I'm going to trade, and the unit is gone without any damage. And we all lost matches because of that. But losing on stage in this tournament is in another level of feels bad, I think. But again, congratulations to J King, and shout out to NoOne for bringing individual deck lists like the Soviet one. This is always great for the diversity of cards and this CCG in general. And we are going to see him again in the bronze match. So yeah, we will see both players again, and I'm sure NoOne will learn from this mistake for his future tournaments.
Absolutely. It's always tough to make a mistake, let alone on this sort of stage. But as you say, always bringing those really cool decks, always bringing something a little bit out of the box, a little bit something different. And we'll see him, of course, again in the bronze match. But huge congratulations to J King 7 moving on into the grand finals in this January Officer Club Championship. Thank you so much for this. Co-cast Darkness, I'll see you again later. But let's throw it back to myself and Christo on the host desk.
I will say, Elin, ambush might be my least favorite keyword in the game, and it has nothing to do with it being, bad or anything. It is just all about me. When Darkness was saying we've all lost matches because of it, I felt like he was talking directly to me.
Absolutely. I think we can all relate to this feeling. And certainly, maybe sometimes thinking a little bit too fast. You think you've got the move lined up, you quickly run into it, and then you're like, oh wait, oh no. Oh, that was a slight miscalculation, and it's cost me everything. So extremely painful, but still, I mean, both of these guys always show their abilities when they're playing, and I mean, one tiny mistake can cost you everything, but that doesn't discount all of the amazing plays that you've had before. And of course, NoOne still has a chance to take away the third place today.
Absolutely. And that's a little bit of NoOne style as well, right? You know, bringing some creative decks and playing fast and loose sometimes. And that's just a bit of his style. And that's the exciting part of watching these different folks compete. You see somebody like J King who is focused in and dialed into the game. And I mean, we don't have the camera on NoOne, but I can picture him being a little bit more loose just in the play style and what he's doing in these tournaments. So absolutely part of it. Like you said, we'll still see NoOne one more time in the bronze match. J King going to be going forward into the finals. The finals in the bronze match, that is, will be best of 5, which means we are going to see J King's commando deck for the first time. And we're going to see NoOne's list. That Soviet one more time. The Darkness Loves. So there you have it. J King once again going for the clean sweep over NoOne. We're going to have Vinnie and XY coming up in just a few moments. Neither of these players, neither Vinnie nor XY, have lost a match in their first series. So we've got them loosening up, figuring out what the bans are going to be. And we're going to kick it over to Spooz and Berto in just a moment to call all of that action. But before we get there, I noticed something in chat. I believe it was during the last game. Somebody calling out that Berto is greater than Christo. And I have something very specific to tell you, friend. And that's you're absolutely right. I mean, there's not even a comparison. He is the better Canadian by far. So just wanted to put that out there. Chat, we hear you, we listen, and you know, sometimes you're spot on. So appreciate that. Appreciate the shout out. And let's get into our next matchup. Let's kick it over to Spooz and Berto.
Yeah, welcome to the second final, second semifinal. Me and the better Christo will cast this series for you guys. Vinnie taking on XYLoser. Christo already mentioned it, both still undefeated in today's tournament. I think we already took a look at Vinnie's deck, so we might just skip over them very quickly, and then it would be cool, Berto, if you can take us a little deeper ride through XYLoser's decks. So starting with Vinnie's Jaguar deck, sorry.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. So yeah, this is Vinnie's Jaguar list. We already saw it. We saw it a million times already in slight variations. So we can just go on to the next one, which is Brit Japan Air. Yeah, we already saw Brit Japan Air a few times on OCCs, and yeah, this is more like the outstanding list here from Vinnie. Was very successful in first match today against Moi. Very, very control heavy, a lot of healing, a lot of guards. Very good against today's tournament meta with a lot of aggressive decks. And yeah, if this is not getting banned, it can just make a difference again. But yeah, now it's your turn, Berto, with XYLoser's decks.
Yeah, so of course we have Air again, which we've talked enough about. There's not too many things that are different or strange about this deck. Not opting to run the Aichi, and it's getting banned anyways, so why talk about it, right? But then we have XYLoser with something a little bit different. He is bringing counter-offensive, which was recently nerfed with the 34th guards, now costing 7k, and it seems that made most people opt out of bringing the deck to this tournament. But it's also Italy Minor with Mare Nostrum, which is, again, a little bit of a surprise. So we'll see how that performs, but it was always a very strong list against Jagro. Mare Nostrum has always been strong against Jagro. And into these sort of like mid-range things, and even to some extent control decks that run a lot of early game units, it's still a pretty formidable deck. And I think we'll see it played.
Yeah, and I think we saw J King bringing this first last year at some point for one time. And it's cool to see it just being back now. Even 34's guards just got nerfed. It's still there. I think it's played a little bit different than the self-damage deck, right? It's more like a little bit mid-range and you just want to stack all these big units and then maybe kill your opponent with a big hurrah or a big counter-offensive or both combined, I'm interested to see how this goes. And you nailed it exactly. It's good against Jagro with all these red banners, then winter warfare, a lot of stuff that can just remove easily all these Jagro units, and then the potential to just heal yourself back with one Nostrum.
Yeah, and a very interesting Japan-Britain deck as well, with Akita's Naval Operations Bonsai on the Brit side, things like Albacore, Swordfish, Fortification even. So it's like an air deck, I suppose. But I'm not sure how it really works. Why you're running those air units?
Yeah, me neither. When I took my note, I was just noting Japan, Britain, and then air question mark. Like it's not a lot of pure air list. Like you have Akita Regiment, you have fortifications in it. Like usually in aggressive air decks, you don't play fortifications. So yeah, I'm not sure. You could call it maybe an air list because there's Swordfish, Albacore, Sonya, all these early air cards that you could also play in Brit Air. Maybe just wants to have access to another strong air list, and you cannot put all these strong Britain cards in it because you can only have 12 ally cards. So you just put some of these control style Japanese cards in it that are also very good in controlling the board, like the Akita, for example, can remove a lot of early aggressive units from US frontline or in the Jagro mirror maybe, or in the matchup against Jagro. But yeah, I'm excited if we are going to see this deck, because this looks really interesting and it looks like, yeah, just randomly compiled trash put together and just try to make a deck out of it. I'm looking forward if we are seeing this one.
Yeah, you have a little bit of air synergy with air superiority and the Empire Strikes, but you don't have any way to buff these units, so I'm worried they might get a little stuck, maybe clog up the support line against a more control-oriented deck.
Yeah, but it looked like the lineup worked in the first match there, 2-0 over Xialang, so there has to be a valid point in this deck being good. So, what do you expect? Vinnie, XYLoser, what do you expect for the bans?
I think Vinnie's definitely going to ban Britain, Japan Air. That would easily be my choice if I was Vinnie. And from XYLoser, it becomes a little harder. We did see how powerful that Soviet Italy deck can be, and how strong it is against these aggro decks. So I would expect either the Soviet Italy banned or, again, the British air deck.
So far we had all the Brit air lists banned today, right? And there we go. It just continues like that. So we might actually see that Japan Brit air deck in action.
Yeah, well, if everybody bans Brit Japan air, then just play Japan Brit air. Problem solved.
Easy. And yeah, we're actually seeing it in action right now. So after that match, we will know better how this deck is even working and additionally how good it is. Vinnie, with a good start here, found the engineers, one confusion. Do you keep this or what are you looking for if you're Vinnie here? Okay, question answered.
Well, not hammer.
Not hammer, yeah, that's for sure. Although there are some ground units in XYLoser's deck. That artillery, for example, the 2/2 that draws your card on destruction. But yeah, overall, not too many targets for that hammer.
Yeah, and that's definitely not the target you want to hammer, because of course it's cycling and you're both spending 3 credits, so you're just down a card at the end of it.
Alright, so Vinnie, definitely not with the starting hand you're looking for against aggressive style deck that XYLoser is playing. Found the sickle at least. Do you ever It's also awkward with confusion, right? Since all these units have more HP than they have attack, and they're mostly bombers.
Yeah, and usually the normal Brit Air makes up for that a little bit because they buff their units to such levels that you become pretty happy with the confusion when it's doing 3 damage and they also have fighters on the board. But with no buffs in XYLoser's deck, it's pretty unclear what you're going to confusion and how you're gonna get much value from it other than just 1 or 2 damage.
There's not even a Type 93 in the deck to give these air units additional attack. So yeah, really, it's just constantly shipping away, I guess. Vinnie, on the other hand, is not having a lot of fighters in the deck, right? Is there any single fighter?
Let me take a look there.
I don't think so. So these small little bombers constantly shipping away and keeping all the units away from the front line could be the way that XYLoser is winning the game here. On the other end, the Zero, for example, is a very strong card.
Yeah.
With having Ambush, and we just saw what a difference Ambush can make in a game.
In fact, I don't think Vinnie has a single air unit.
So all these
Not
guards
even
are kind of
Bomber.
useless. Yeah. Not even Pedliaka, for example. Yeah. Surprise attack kicking in here, killing the first rifles, and XYLoser just continuing to ship the HQ. Also, where are the trading units? Yeah, the problem is they have a lot of. Oh wait, why did he do that? Ah, for air superiority, right? Bringing it to 3 so he can kill it with air superiority next turn. The question is, how is he ever dealing with Bologna?
So what I would have opted for would be to hit the 3-4 twice, bring it to 2, and then you're able to play Desperate Measures with the air superiority, attack 1 into the Bologna. But this way, you still can do all of that, but it would mean that if Vinnie has a little more interaction, he might be able to disrupt that a little easier.
First confusion coming in, followed up by a red banner.
And very smart from Vinnie, taking the smaller unit, but the one that costs more to get a 4-cost British card instead of a 3-cost one.
And not even a bad one. This one has heavy armor, so it cannot get any damage from these bombers.
Yeah, and a tank to pressure the backline immediately is also very relevant in the spot.
Oh, but look at this, the Sonya. Nice synergy with the naval operation there. Pinning the unit, and Sonya killing every unit that is pinned. Just getting rid of this very frightening tank there.
Seeing XYLoser's hand, though, not a big loss for Vinnie, because he did stop that key or that 0 coming out that turn, which alleviates quite a bit of pressure, lets him play draw to find the lion for a day, which is the answer that he needs for those cards coming out shortly, probably this turn.
And there comes the 0, exactly predicted here. Keeps going face. Yeah, the problem with these Mare Nostrums is you don't really have any... Like, these infantry units are very slow, and they need to go to the front line first and can attack the turn after. So Vinnie's not getting the value out of them that he really needs at this point.
Yeah, I wonder if Vinnie built his decks thinking, well, I'm just going to ban Britain Air every game, and so I can tech this deck a lot more against ground stuff. I can add in these sickles, which are so good against Jagro and Frontline, and maybe he's being punished a little bit for it by XYLoser's Japan-Britain deck, which, I mean, appears worse, but still appears to be a counter matchup here.
Yeah, so far it's performing well. I think there is a time when Vinnie can just turn this game around, but it needs to be soon. Otherwise, 9 HQ health is not too much, especially with a key on the board. The third Mare Nostrum found. And Vinnie cannot even get rid of the key right now. He can just bounce it back. Take out one of the bombers.
Gonna use a Mare Nostrum pretty much just as a fortification here, which makes a lot of sense when your life is getting so low.
Yeah, and also when you have access to 2 others in your hand, it's very, very well spent 1 credit here just to get yourself up to 16.
Absolutely.
Sonya drawn. But there it is just like a boomerang. It comes back and has to be dealt with again. T60 is a good option. He also has Winter Offensive plus Mobile Defense.
Makes a lot of sense. You already got the Desperate Measures out.
And also Vinnie from the Key 83
Oh.
gets 2 additional cards now, and that bombing rate is huge find you for XYLoser.
That
Oh my
is,
god.
I think, the perfect draw with everything
8.
left in XYLoser's deck.
It's 8 damage. And Vinnie would go down to
What?
4.
Wait, oh, okay. Sorry, for a moment I thought that he played the bombing raid on the HQ. I was confused for a second there, but I was seeing the attack for the key getting dragged before the animation went through.
So what are you doing here if you're Vinnie? Are you just playing double guards, or do you remove the key with a line for a day and just bring 1 guard?
It's hard to say. I mean,
Yeah.
even with knowing XYLoser's hand, it's hard to say which is better. So without knowing XYLoser's hand, it becomes even more difficult for Vinnie. I tend to think I would double T60 just so that the 2 damage can get into the key. And if he leaves it around, that's draw for you, which is pretty relevant here.
Yeah, makes sense. But Vinnie deciding to just remove it, play 1 T60 here. And how is XYLoser able to close out the game here?
Well, he
Definitely
was
setting up for
1
this.
credit short this turn of lethal with the Shiden and double attack. He
Yeah.
will not be short on those credits next turn.
No, so Vinnie definitely needs the second guard there, the second T60, and maybe needs to do something with the 39s. You can steal that Aichi, right? Or is the 39s only
Yeah.
stealing 1 credit units? 1 and 2, right?
Nope. Yep.
2 or
It's
less, yeah.
2 or less.
So stealing that Aichi could be pretty huge, because then you can get rid of the artillery.
Yeah, and you can play a T60.
I can also, yeah, you can just clear the board. Play more Nostrum.
Okay, going for that line. A little bit of a misorder from Vinnie that he didn't clear out the artillery first. It reduced his Akita's defense, although that's a little surprising that it did that. When a confusion is steal a unit, and the AA gun, it says when I believe it says when your opponent deploys a unit, an air unit, reduce its
yeah,
health to 1.
I think so. Yeah.
So I probably would not have known that it would reduce the defense. So a little bit of a misplay, but a very uncommon situation. I don't think you can really fault Vinnie too hard for that one.
Completely agree, yeah. Not really working like you would think it would work. There's an Aichi. Yes, this new Aichi D3A1, whatever this is called, is really strong now. Like, it's just a 2 attack bomber and your opponent needs to spend credit on, and then you just get an even bigger bomber out of it. Really
Yeah,
frustrating to deal with this.
it's, in my mind, it's almost like a better Chaika. The cost is that you have to operate more, and it's not a great anti-Brit air tech like Chaika is in the same way. But to have a bomber, which is generally a bit more valuable to not receive damage back, and to have smokescreen, sometimes its attack will even boost. It's a really powerful card.
So how much is this? 2 plus...
So he can deal
3?
3 damage with the Empire Strikes. which is going to leave those guards at 1 health each, which is going to prevent too much from happening here.
Set him to 2. He's 2 off. I think you just kill the frontline infantry unit because you have lethal with the Shiden anyways.
Yeah. And it looks like XYLoser is probably going to opt to not destroy the T60s to make Mare Nostrum a little bit more difficult to use, but it only really means it costs Vinnie 1 more credit, which at this point in the game is not too relevant.
Yeah, but could make a difference. But deciding to do it here, give Vinnie the T34.
Ooh, even moving up the Sendai.
What is under that Sendai?
I'm having trouble remembering, but I do
Me
remember
too,
it
yeah.
wasn't a very big unit. It was more just XYLoser didn't have much else to play at the time, rather than it being a huge threat
Yes,
that
we'll
needed
find
to be
out.
removed.
Oh, it was
Ah,
another
T80.
T60.
Right, my bad.
And Vinnie back to 10 now. This
Yeah.
means Shiden is no longer good enough in killing Vinnie here. And having 1 guard up and a big tank with Mare Nostrum and T60 in the front line, it can be a potential T34 later.
Yeah, XYLoser really needing to find one of these 2 Lend-Leases in his deck to really interact a lot with his opponent. Some good options here, though. Akita, 1 and 3. Oh, that does not feel
This
very
would
good
have
for
hit
Vinnie.
phase, he would have been down to 2 again with the Shiden. But not enough credits most likely. But that was a good hit.
Yeah, absolutely perfect.
There comes another T34. So Vinnie out of Mare Nostrums now. There's no way to heal him back now, other than the engineers.
Yes,
or have
he
they
does
been...
run engineers.
Have they been deployed already?
I do not believe so, no.
No. There comes the Shiden. Vinnie can play the partisans on it, which would not the best target for partisans since this unit has blitz.
Yes, it would be a lot of damage, but you're still looking to stabilize in this spot, and Naval Brigade stabilizes a lot better.
Absolutely, really a strong card there for 6 credits.
I
And
wonder
the
if
ambush
it's...
effect. Yeah.
I think I agree with Vinnie here. I think it's time to kill that 2-2, bite the bullet. It's a little stronger, it still has smokescreen, but you don't want to let your opponent keep hitting you for 2 when you're so low on healing now.
Yeah, let your opponent heal you for 3 now.
Yeah. Better to get hit for 3 once than to get hit for 2 4 times.
I completely agree here. So all these guards are kind of useless against these
Yep, and the hammer.
bomber armada there. And the hammer is also not providing a lot into this battle.
You could partisans to heal 1 if you wanted to.
How would he heal 1?
If you play it on the swordfish when he had 6 credits left. It's just to bounce it, I mean.
IG kept under smoke screen here. So what are the options for this IG? Is there an Audacity? Yeah, there's an Audacity, very likely in XYLoser stack.
And you can find the second Aichi to buff it as well.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Then it has 5 attack when he finds the second one.
Mm-hmm.
But still, Vinnie is sitting on 8 HQLs here. And XYLoser not having too many cards, and 2 of those are land leases.
Yes.
What is left? And I think 1-0 is left. Audacity is left. Yeah, 2 land leases, 1 Empire Strikes. There are options, but XYLoser needs to find them very, very soon.
Yeah. Even Bonsai would be really big here for XYLoser.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it's so awkward with this Bryansk against the Bombers because you can't guard your HQ and you also can't trade them in.
Oh, there is the land lease.
That's what he
Speaking
wanted
of
to
it.
see.
Oh, and another one. Oh, but the naval operation is huge here. That means he can just pin everything and attack with the Aichi.
Yes, he can.
Unfortunately, that's only 3 damage this turn, so it's not lethal next turn. Cannot attack with the swordfish. 1 credit missing here from setting up lethal.
0 can go face though.
Oh yeah, you're correct. But there comes the T-34, taking out that Aichi.
Good use of the hammer. Very smart play from Vinnie.
Yeah, why use the hammer on opponent's units when he's playing Bird Air units when you can just kill your own units with it? But in this situation, it was really, really worth it. Otherwise, XYLoser would have won next turn. Finding the Empire Strikes with only 1 bomber on board.
Yeah, XYLoser can take Vinnie to 2, but that doesn't quite do enough.
I think you go for the T-34 here, right? So he's not able to...
So
to
that's
trade
not
in.
really true, because
Yeah?
he can trade in the Bryansk first, deal 3 damage to the 0, even through the ambush, because it's based on it taking damage, and then trade in the 1/1.
See? That's
Okay,
why you're
but
rank
he's-
2 and I'm not.
But it looks like XYLoser probably saw that because he took out the 1/1. So now Vinnie still needs to trade in both. Ooh, Spyring can also be healing, potentially.
Yeah, if you find the brick research, absolutely.
American
We're
research,
still in the
not bad.
first match.
Yeah, this has been a real grind. Looks like Vinnie's going to be opting to play 7 Falpini and hope that XYLoser can't get the 0 crew. Which is fairly reasonable. XYLoser does have 2 Sendai regiments, though, which would be the punish to that play.
1 was already played,
Yes.
but also
So-
not too many cards left in the deck. It must be
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, not more than that. Artisans goes for the safer line here.
Yes, that was surely to play around the 2nd Sendai regiment.
And it is Audacity. Audacity would not kill the guard, and also was not that high of a chance. But we might see Empire Strikes. Ooh.
Not a great target, but not terrible if you're able to find some more bombers for this Empire Strikes. He was certainly hoping to hit the T-34, though. T-35? Which one is it? T-34, I think? My bad.
T-34, yeah.
Yes. Started questioning myself. Because then your 0 could deal the 1 damage to it.
And now let's see what Akira hits. It is the HQ, down to 3.
That's probably the best target there, in my opinion.
I think XYLoser is still having some guards in the deck. Not some guards, but some bombers. We have not seen too many Sonyas this game.
1, I believe, yes. But that still leaves 1.
Flying bomb, taking that one out. Oh my god.
Really
this-
no other options for Vinnie here.
Oh, Banzai not killing the T-34, but killing the guard. Banzai
Yeah.
is lethal here.
It's not lethal, it ends your turn when you play it.
Oh, why is this a thing on Banzai? I don't understand till this day. This card is still not good, and with this effect, it's even worse. But would have been lethal here. Yeah, I'm always forgetting that Banzai ends your turn. So that saved Vinnie here. I might win him the game. No! No!
Oh!
Wow, Sendai Regiment sealing the deal. this is
And
not ending
wait,
your
was
turn
that the
now.
last card in XYLoser's deck
Yeah,
too?
that was the final
Wow,
card.
incredible.
Whoa, my god. Vinnie just not fast enough in killing XYLoser here. And Sendai Regiment being the final card. Oh my god, that was really a nail-biter of a match. That was really impressive from both players.
Yeah, I really respect Vinnie for his resilience in that game with so many things going really not to plan, but making the use out of the hammer when your opponent wouldn't let you hit anything with it.
Yeah, really, really outstanding play by both players. And now we will have a little more equal lineup or matchup here. Vinnie not facing an onslaught armada of bombers that he cannot deal with a single fighter in his deck. Now this self-damage. What is the other card that is played in this deck that gives +2/+1 for each damage unit?
Counteroffensive.
Counteroffensive, yeah, was somehow okay, yeah. So self-damage counteroffensive versus that Soviet controllers that we just saw in the last match, and XYLoser probably starting with a Yak here.
Yeah, so XYLoser running counteroffensive and Ura, which is a very scary combination in that it's really hard to play around both of those cards being in your opponent's hand, because that can be so much damage through guards from nowhere.
Yeah, so it's almost like that role that Blitzkrieg is playing in that US Germany frontline deck. Even if your opponent knows, even if you don't have it in hand, if your opponent knows there is a potential of this card, it might just change his playstyle and his decisions. And this is exactly what XYLoser's self-damage deck is providing here with the counter-offensive and the Ura. Even if you have control and frontline full of units on your end, so on Vinnie's end, and XYLoser is having not too much stuff on board, one Winter Warfare counter-offensive Ura can just kill you. And that's very, very frightening and hard to play around for Vinnie.
This is a big misplay from XYLoser. He used Red Dawn first, so that his 34th guards cost 3 instead of 1 here. The one that he drew. You always want to draw first with the Bloody Sickles on self damage. Because if you Red Dawn first, then that's what's going to happen to you.
Yeah, good point, good point. Might just bite him back later, but he just found another 34s. And also, a little bit unfortunate here for Vinnie that he found another armored train from the parade, I guess. I think you would have preferred a naval brigade there or any better card, right? First rifles, maybe?
Yeah, it's not exactly the card you're looking for in this matchup. It's not terrible, but it can be a little hard to play, and the body just doesn't stack up into the 34th guards too well. Because usually it's pretty easy for self-damage to trade in and use a couple sickles or a Red Dawn. But XYLoser did use his sickles and Red Dawns quite liberally in the early game.
Is this a good spot for Mar Nostrum here? Or do you
Yeah.
use the sickle on the armored train and...
Well, you have to use both, right? Because it has heavy armor. Unless you wanted to spend 2 credits attacking with the bomber.
Also found another one.
But this is going to make that Partisans for Vinnie extra juicy.
Oh, yes. Taking out so many stats with the Partisans is always nice. And takes
Yes.
a lot of pressure from him.
And 7 healing.
Oh, yeah, you're correct. It's also healing himself up now. And there it comes instantly. Not to waste any thought process on that one. Boom,
That's about as
25.
good as it gets. Heal 7, kill 2 big units in the front line.
Could be worse there.
That's the last 34th in XYLoser's deck that he just drew. So, super fortunate for him to have the Yak, and for Vinnie not to be able to deal with it, and then to find all of his guards. He's getting all the resources he could ever have. But
might
will
still
it be
lose
enough?
tempo. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
question. So far, Vinnie could deal very, very well with all this stuff that was coming next to him. Can he continue with that? Thinking about deploying the 456 and an SU maybe? Just to have the stats on board. But that's also very risky, knowing that Vinnie plays Winter Offensive, right?
Yes, but at the same time, you want to play 2 cards or you're going to mill from the top of your library.
That's also true, yeah.
So,
Time to go.
forcing you a little bit to overextend. But it is only 1 card. Finally getting the opportunity to take out the Yak. Dealing with the penultimate 34th guards.
Yeah, Vinnie has all the answers that he needs in his deck. Like Lion for a Day, still having access to the Naval Brigade. The Partisans was just huge.
Well,
and sitting at 24 health here.
The Naval Brigade is difficult to use because of this Pelyakov, though.
Oh yeah, you're correct, you're correct. But it will provide you with a 4/4 ambush guard that could stop some of these guys that are currently on board, at least an SU and the T-80. But yeah, I agree. You don't get that very strong deployment effect as long as this bomber is on board.
And the ambush doesn't matter much either if the bomber is on board, so it certainly has to get killed first.
Actually, it also just it saved XYLoser 2 damage on his HQ now. Sure, he did not damage his 34s or buff his 34s, but I did not see about think about this synergy that you can also just not get 2 damage from the SU when you deployed when a Pelyakov is on board.
Yeah, that's true. Although this is one of those situations where you did want the 2 damage on your HQ against a deck that doesn't put out a lot of pressure and getting 2 nice bonuses from the damage.
Unfortunately for XYLoser, he could not find a counter-offensive so far. It would be a pretty good board to play it.
Yeah, he only has 1, but he is quite a bit grew his deck because of how long that Yak survived. Vinnie going for dumping guards, which is fine for now, but it's only delaying all the scary stuff from XYLoser.
Yeah, with knowing that your opponent has Ura, and we are seeing that one, that's a lot of stats on the enemy's units here.
Yeah, mostly just being used to be able to trade through these guards. Which is okay for Vinnie, I think. Not great, but at least these guards are getting some damage in, right?
Not too much, but some, yeah. There goes this. SU gets rid of the armored train. This kills the T-60 very likely, and then 456 go phase, and you always push up the first rifles, yeah.
Yeah. No fighters from Vinnie's deck, so you don't really need to guard your HQ if you have the front line.
And Vinnie luckily found the 272nd here, at least another guard. But is he ever going to play them here?
Hoping for German. No British.
Not finding German. But British is also not bad, provides some healing. But overall, not the best one. In this situation, at least.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's the counter-offensive. But unfortunately at 272nd.
And
protecting the HQ. And yeah, also the Naval Brigade is just stopping XYLoser now from just using his Naval Brigade.
that is true. Usually, if you run Petliakovs, you don't opt to run Naval Brigade in this deck. But here, it's honestly fine because it's just insurance, right? If your opponent finds a way to deal with the Petliakov, then you still have...
No!
Oh. Yeah, don't do that.
He's playing with us. He played with us.
Oh, no, is it because he's going to counteroffensive and then play Naval Brigade? And then realize? Because he's like, oh, there's another damaged unit on board? Yes, it
Really?
is.
No,
Oh,
oh no. What are we seeing here today? Players not seeing ambush?
come
Have you burned yet? What? Oh my god. What are these mistakes here today?
Oh, no.
I mean, not that it did not happen to me more than once, but not in an OCC. Holy, that hurts.
This is why you have to play your deck before bringing it to an OCC.
And this is probably the reason why you don't run Naval Brigade when you play Pelyakov. Just to not give yourself the shame of doing exactly that here.
Yeah,
And
I was
that's-
going to say, like, it's completely fine. It's even good for him to have the Naval Brigade in his deck, because if your opponent manages to kill your Petliakov, you have it for the Joseph Stalin, and that's really good insurance. But now he doesn't have that anymore either, so it's just the absolute worst of both worlds. It's hard to express how brutally that misplay grows the game for him.
I mean, this is when you just, when you are in the tunnel vision and you just see.
Oh, and
yeah,
don't
I have-
trade like this. If you trade if you trade like that, you're not going to kill it. It's going to survive at 1 HP. Yeah, you have to trade 7 attack in the bomber.
Maybe he wanted to sacrifice both infantry units there. I don't know.
I don't know why you would. You've already wasted enough infantry units.
Oh my god, okay. But still in the game.
Vinnie still needs some kind of answer to this Petliakov, and Winter Offensive
there-
might be it.
There is one very good answer. He might lose his engineer battalion, but he would still sit comfortably at 21 here.
Yeah, and with
having one winter
XYLoser,
warfare.
and with XYLoser completely out of counteroffensives and URAs, you don't really have to worry about the burst so much anymore.
Not even going for the winter offensive now. Because all
No,
of these
no
are
need.
slow infantry.
Yep, they're slow infantry. Just let your opponent pass the entire turn away, or let them play a whole bunch of units that also get killed. Vinnie is even 1 damage off lethal.
Yeah.
Maybe he's
Winter
thinking
offensive, winter
XYLoser.
warfare would be lethal. So if Vinnie
Yeah.
finds another winter warfare, he wins here.
Another benefit of holding it is that your opponent can make mistakes. And if he uses 1 bloody sickle, then that would be enough for Vinnie to end the game. So withholding that information that actually you're on 1 life here is also very irrelevant.
I just found out that Vinnie is only playing 1 copy of Winter Warfare, so he needs to find another way to deal that 1 missing damage there. Oh, this is an even more juicy board for the Winter Offensive now.
Yep. And that's why it's really useful to wait against these decks that are infantry based. They're just so much slower. They're essentially a full turn behind you.
And there it comes. Wiping out all of the units there.
And what is XYLoser gonna do? He can't play any of the cards in his hand.
Can play the SU.
Well, theoretically.
But that would be his last play. Okay, Vinnie fought himself back here. Big mistake by XYLoser for not seeing his own Pelyakov, keeping the Naval Brigade away from the deployment effect. And that means we have a 1-1 score here now. And Vinnie is left with the Jaguar list, and XYLoser is left with the self-damage list. And we've seen some insane matches in those kind of scenario. Although it was mostly Soviet Japan self-damage, now we have Soviet Italy. That might, the Modern Russians might make a big difference here, right?
I
already
think it would be
mentioned that one.
better, but I don't think XYLoser understands this deck well enough. I really dislike that mulligan. It's so greedy.
So what would you usually look for?
Sickles and Winter Warfare are the two most important cards. Oh, but Vinny's not applying any pressure.
So what would be the reason to not play the 15th cavalry for Vinnie?
It's
What is he waiting for?
the reason is that he thinks his opponent is going to use all these sickles and get the 34ths down quickly. But the 34ths don't come down as quickly anymore. You need the pressure so that your opponent doesn't assemble that when you flood everything out later. So I don't like this.
Okay, so the reason
Because
is you don't want to give your opponents targets for the sickles so he can reduce the cost of the 34s or buff his 456.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Okay.
But it's caused more issues for himself here already. And you can imagine if you had those guys in the front line from the very beginning, sure, you could get a bloody sickle out and reduce the 34ths a little bit, but it also means that Petliakov can't come down. It means your opponent's taking a whole lot of damage. And their life total is a resource.
Yeah, I think we've seen Jaking doing something similar in one of the earlier tournaments or one of the tournaments last year.
Yeah,
So-
I don't think it's never right, but I think you should try the aggression early on because sometimes it works quite well. And then if things start to go wrong, you can hold your things to trade into the front line immediately and get a little more value out of your units.
Yeah, and I also think Jaking was not playing Jagger at this time, so maybe yeah. I'm sure Vinny is having a match plan here, and so far it's working okay. And we will see how it goes out. It's the deciding game who's going to 2023 OCC finals in January. And yeah, I think still both players can win this one. Although XYLoser is stacking a lot of big units on his support line here.
Yeah, and the sickle draw off the top was absolutely massive. Cannot be understated how important that draw was for XYLoser. Which is why I think he should have mulliganed a lot more aggressively for those sickles. But Vinny playing around the sickles and suffering for it.
Yeah, the only good thing that is going for Vinny here is that XYLoser did not find a Marn Rostrum so far. Marn Rostrum on one of these big statted units there, could be hard to deal with.
It looks like Vinny's trading here to play around Winter Warfare, but at the same time, it makes these trades easier for XYLoser and lets him put a lot more pressure onto the front line by getting more units up.
So not looking good here for Vinny, I guess.
Trading with the 6/6 seems very odd to me, because that's the best thing you can get into the front line. So why not trade with the Forkery, move up the 6/6. You can hit your opponent for 5, and then I think you have 1 credit left over for the 34th.
Yeah.
And you're playing around bombing rate better after your opponent drew 2 orders. Sorry, not bombing raid. I mean desperate measures.
Yeah. But there comes the bombing rate. Taking out the SU and the 456. But still a lot of stats there on the board for XYLoser, and Vinny cannot do any more removal stuff here. Can pin one of the 6/4s maybe, or the 5/3 in the front line. But this is not looking too good.
Well, the SU in the front line can currently gain +4 attack to 9 and then +3. It's huge over lethal if it was a Winter Warfare draw here. But of course, Vinnie doesn't really have any means to play around that.
Vinnie not finding sender regiments, not finding the stuff that he needs. Yeah, playing it slow at the beginning might just backfire now. XYLoser with a well-developed board, and I don't see how Vinnie is removing those 3 units in the front line.
Yep, he would even need to remove the T80 in the back line because of the Ura.
Oh yeah, you're correct.
But
It's an
yeah,
empty board.
he cannot even deal with the 2 6/4s and pin the 9/5, I don't think.
Both Aradu's already played, so no chance to find desperate measures. Can pin one of those units, but that's not enough. And that's what makes XYLoser our second finalist. We'll take on J-King. Congrats. And we will see Vinnie again in the bronze match just in a few minutes. Thank you, Berto. We will see each other in the finals again, and we're giving it back to Christo and Elin. I guess.
There you have it. We have our finals there all set up. That was such an interesting series overall because we had the first game where XY brought his not Brit Air, sort of Brit
Japan
Airless.
Air, Aichi, Bomber, Heavy. It was a very interesting deck list and really cool to see it play out like this. I mean, we're so used to seeing Brit Air on this stage, so really cool to see someone bringing a different main nation's air deck and to see how he really managed to manipulate his victory out of that really hard-fought match.
Absolutely. And I believe it was Berto who said during that match that folks are expecting to show up and ban Brit Air. So, Vinnie wasn't necessarily expecting to face another air deck. And then you see the hammer get stuck in his hand the entire game until, to be fair, found a way to use it. But then XY draws the Sendai as the last card in the deck to remove the guard to win the game. I don't think it could have ended in a more epic fashion given the back and forth of that first matchup, of the back and forth that took place in that first matchup.
Absolutely, really cool plays from both players, and just a really neat series of games as well throughout all of those matchups.
Absolutely, we saw XY make a little mistake that cost him the second game. Berto wasn't loving that either in game 3, right? The mulligans and what he was expecting to see, but XY pulls it off. We'll see them go again in the finals, taking on J-King. But before we get there, we've got a bronze match. So let's take a peek at the bracket just to get us all sorted as to where we're at and what we have got coming up. So we got third place coming up next. We've got Vinnie and NoOne going head to head. This will be a best of 5. There will be no bans. We will see some airplanes flying around in this matchup. And then after that, we've got J-King taking on XYLoser for the January crown here at the Officers Club Championship, as well as the lion's share of the $1,000 prize pool. So NoOne and Vinnie, we'll give Vinnie a little second or two to catch his breath before kind of jumping into the next one. But that will give you and Darkness a little bit of time to give us a quick refresher on the deck list and get us up to speed, because we will be seeing them all in this best of 5 for third place in the January OCC.
Thank you, Christo. Hello again, Darkness. It is time for us to cast the bronze match in this January OCC. We've got NoOne 5 taking on Vinnie, who we just saw go such a hard-fought series against XYLoser. Before we head into this matchup, how about you take us through these deck lists and remind us of what everyone is bringing here, Darkness?
With pleasure, Elin. With pleasure. So for NoOne 5, we do have this air list. This got banned a lot today, but now it's best of 5, so we are going to see it. It's Brit Air with US ally. And you do see the Dauntless from the recent change. The operation cost got reduced, and the Havoc, more operation cost reduction for bombers and the P-38 Lightning. This means +2 attack for all the bombers. So 9.5 not only has all of the aggressive speed from those little airplanes from the Brit side, but also more heavy and a little bit slower power from the US ally side here. It's still a very aggressive and maybe a little bit more mid-ranged focused deck that has great snowball potential against a variety of decks. So I'm looking forward to finally see this one in action, especially after the Dauntless change. NoOne's 5 seconds deck is the Panzer Blitzkrieg deck. German USA, little less his signature deck from last year, more like the traditional frontline aggressive deck here with a lot of small tanks, combo potentials with Greif and Blitzkrieg to reduce operation costs, and buffs for the damage and the HP with We Can Do It. And yeah, like Blitzkrieg or the Panzer 3E. So this is another strong, powerful, straightforward deck. And his last one, I'm a big fan of this one, is Soviet US Value. This deck has everything what provides you a lot of value among the entire match. It has very strong early cards like Bloody Sickle or the Yak 7 or the War Machine to get you an advantage early on. In the mid game, very strong cards like First Rifles, T60 to give you a lot of opportunities even without extra card draw. And for the late game, very powerful combinations with Partisans and Red Banner and 272nd Guards, or even an Hura on the B-17 Flying Fortress, providing you with a Pershing, or an untargetable Blitz Bomber. This is overall just a lot of value against basically every deck. So 9.5 is bringing a very strong lineup to the table. And on the other side, Vinnie does that too. We saw him before bringing his J aggro list, of course, with some small changes we talked about in the pre-show. Vinnie is using the Audacity and the changed edgy bombers to spice things up a little bit. Besides that, it's the typical feint retreat J aggro list, very strong, very aggressive, very, very fast. Vinnie's second list is the air list, but it's Brit and Japan, unlike NoOne 5 who's bringing Brit and US. And here we will see, hopefully, which air list is the better one. Is it Japan ally with air superiority to be able to trade early on, the Sonya to have more possibilities to destroy something with pins, also the Type 9040K giving you more pin and more destruction, and of course the Edgies providing you with 2 bombers each. So this could be very strong and maybe faster, with more tempo and more advantage for Vinnie here. Last for Vinnie, but not least, it's also Soviet control, but it's not Soviet USA, but Soviet Italy. This means this deck lacks the ramp mechanic. It's not able to snowball, but Italy ally was always strong in control decks. With Mare Nostrum, you get a lot of heal, you get additional guards, and nice removal with Lion for a day. Maybe not as strong as the B17 mechanic, but definitely a powerful control deck, since Vinnie is using the Winter Warfare plus ISU combination to be able to clear an entire board, even if there's a Pershing in the play. So yeah, these are the competitors. Architect-wise, very similar decks, but if you look very specific into those lists, they are entirely different, and it will be a lot of fun to observe these this bronze match. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for taking us through that. These two guys, kind of known for taking often a lot of kind of strong decks and really putting their own spins on them. And like you say, maybe similar in the archetypes, but really quite different decks, quite different combos, really, that they're bringing here. So it'll be interesting to see what they go for first, what matchups we're actually going to see, and who ends up being successful. What would you start off by picking, Darkness?
That is
From
always the hardest question possible, because it's a little bit like rock, paper, scissors. The air list is usually very strong against the slower Soviet lists, but this Soviet list is strong against the fast and aggressive list. And the fast and aggressive list can work, but it's not really that strong against air. So air is a safe pick to have a good start and to test waters. But if you're confident in predicting what your opponent is going first, for example, he's going first with the control one, you definitely want to pick air. But if you're very sure he's bringing the fast deck, you could counter that with Soviet control. Personally, I would go a little bit more safe and going for just the air deck, because it's a little bit overwhelming how strong this kind of deck against almost every single other deck is, especially here. But after that, it's a nightmare, and it's going down into psychological mind games. Like, my opponent is suggesting that I think he will start with Brit Air, and so I will counter this. But because I know that, I will counter that with going aggro first. It's in the end, it's who thinks one step too much ahead, or maybe not enough to maybe get a favorite matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see what they go for. Now, of course, this is the bronze match. It is going to be a best of 5 series. We have no bans. All the decks are on the table. So now it's just up to our competitors to get into the game and see what they've got. Of course, it's getting quite late over there in China. So let's hope that NoOne has not fallen asleep at his desk. I believe it is almost midnight over there, which also, kind of thinking back on the previous games, we've seen a couple of mistakes from our players from that region, and certainly I feel that is perhaps an extra added difficulty, this sort of time zone difference, and maybe makes you a little bit more likely to make these little mistakes, not quite be able to think it the whole way through and make these little miscalculations that can lead to, small but very significant mistakes in the grander scheme of things.
Yeah, and sometimes we saw this before. A little mistake is all that you need to lose a match, especially on this level of play. So yeah, we're just killing a little bit of time till these competitors are getting ready. Of course, Vinnie was playing very long matches right before this one, and now he's playing for money. So this puts extra stress onto you. Not only is it's getting late for the Chinese player, or you just had a very intense series, but it's going on and you need to stay focused the entire time. It's very hard to maintain the mental strengths and the focus to be able to not make any mistake and always find the best possible play.
Absolutely. And I mean, you should know, Darkness, you've been sitting in that seat many times, playing for that potential, big cash prize. It all comes down to what deck you pick, what mulligans you get, how you are able to maneuver your cards on the board. I mean, the pressure at this stage can really start to get to you and really gnaw at you, get in your head.
It sure can. There are a lot of extra factors to it, like did you sleep the night before? Did you eat? Did you stay hydrated? Very important, stay hydrated, my friends. And maybe you have stress with your parents, with your relationships. All of that can affect your brain a lot. And in the end, it's just that you need to be able to be in the top of your mental form to be able to perform, especially under these conditions. And now we will see who has the better nerves, who prepared a little bit better. NoOne 5
Absolutely.
or Vinnie.
Yes, we are getting into this game. We've got NoOne 5 bringing his German USA Blitzkrieg Panzer deck with Vinnie's Japan aggro deck with his own little spin on it. So already getting off to a flying start. The bicycle regiment just getting
Look
wiped
at
off the board
that.
there.
NoOne 5 used his valuable dive bombing to kill the bicycle regiments. Very smart decision here. Vinnie had 2 Type 93s. He could have dropped both and delivered 6 damage into the HQ of NoOne 5. So it was so important from NoOne 5 to deal turn 1 with that, even though he had to sacrifice his one dive bombing. Vinnie now already running out of options.
Yeah.
He just dropped, yes.
I was just gonna say, it matters so much. It's not the unit that you see on the board, but it's the unit that might be there in the next turn, what it might turn into. So really smart play there.
Exactly. Vinnie now had both types played and is sacrificing one of them to be able to drop the Arado. I think that's a smart move. He definitely needs the bombing rate or the desperate measures. The desperate measures will hurt him quite a little bit because of the credit loss here, but looks like he's going for it and killing both tanks here, damaging the third, dropping another small tank here to just go. It feels like a little bit all in by not going for the key, but instead of killing those small units.
Really trying to push it in quickly and put all that pressure onto the board to try and push up and clear it up. But NoOne's already got a Verbo in the front line, blocking it up for Vinnie.
Yeah, Vinnie last turn he could have played the key. Now the key is getting pinned. He still plays it. It's much better than anything else here. But the decision to play Desperate Measures, going for the good trade, but sacrifice of the credit slot could have hurt Vinnie here a lot. With NoOne 5 not being able to respond to that key very, very well, Vinnie could have had more card draws this turn and more credits. So maybe he burned out a little bit too much turn 4. But we need to see how this will develop. Vinnie still has plenty of options with a card draw next turn, with a second type 9040k. But I definitely like to discuss this one move he took.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Now getting a couple of interesting cards here that I can play with. Got the first Signal Regiment there, and an Aichi as well. NoOne, of course, getting to a point where he's building up a bit of a board presence, and Vinny really needs to turn it back. Excuse me, turn it back around.
It's not exactly what he wanted. Of course, with the surprise attack, he's able to kill that Ma there. But the Archie won't do a lot since it's pinned.
Yeah.
And NoOne 5 is able to trade quite well. But of course, it's developing a board, and this is what Vinnie needs here. Just sending units into this field and contest the front line. He can't allow NoOne 5 to occupy the front line all the time and just wait until he plays We Can Do It onto multiple units. So NoOne 5 really needs to find a way how to deal with Vinnie's units as efficient as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely an difficult decision. He's just going for it. For the We Can Do It onto 4 units. Not too shabby. It's a ton of HP.
Yeah, and really, like, it's locking up the front line pretty hard here, making it a little bit challenging for Vinny to clear it out. But he does have his key unpinned now.
Yes, so the key is able to trade. Probably has to kill the Wirbelwind,
Yeah.
allowing the little tanks to advance into the front line and deploy the Akita, and finally starting to pressure and hitting their HQ. But NoOne 5 has tons of
Oh,
options.
wow.
There are a lot of
Overdrawing.
Overdrawing does not really matter a lot here. Usually those matches are not going into fatigue. Well, with Feint Retreat, it can definitely when you run out of options entirely. But NoOne 5 has to find an option to deal with the first Signal Regiment and getting back into the front line, or this game will be over fairly quickly.
Absolutely. And just like that, Vinny starting to get a bit of wind in his sails here, pushing forth, chipping away at NoOne's HQ, but the front line is empty.
And NoOne 5 took the front line, sending Panzerbefehlswagen into it, even deploying the combat engineers, buffing the little extra of the second Panzer 2A, and of course drawing again a bunch of cards from the key.
Yeah.
Vinnie has quite some options, but I wonder if this are enough options. Akita, the Akita is hitting the 1-5? Are you kidding me? Vinnie should have traded this tank before, or not at all. Like that. The key is going into the HQ, and the overdraw of We Can Do It is so important. One of the few little HP healed for NoOne 5. This overdraw is actually crucial for NoOne 5 because he still had no choice of dealing, no opportunity of dealing with the first rifle regiment. Of course, he's finally able to trade away the key, 83, but Vinnie is dealing a significant amount of damage just by killing his own units. So it's looking very, very strong for Vinnie here.
Absolutely. And I mean, no one is pushing up front. They're really kind of fighting very back and forth on the control of the front line here. But certainly having that first signal regiment out there, I mean, it's just one little chip at a time. And if no one's going to keep overdrawing, all of his kind of crucial cards, then this is not going to take too much longer for Vinnie to chip that last chip away at NoOne's HQ.
That's true. The Akita hit was quite nice. Killing this scary tank with the most potential of dealing damage and leading towards a combination of operation cost reduction and a lethal blow. Maybe HQ would be a little bit better, but this is definitely fine. And yeah, like mentioned before, the first signal regiment is dealing so much damage. NoOne 5 is not even able to kill this Archie because that would kill him next turn.
Yes, and this feels almost like an act of desperation. No one has to push up front. He has to try and take every shot that he can at Vinnie's HQ if he's gonna have a chance here.
Sendai regiment is awful for Vinnie. He needed one more blitz unit, but he did not get it. Sendai regiment is able to take out a single unit, but it's not leading into Vinnie winning this match.
Mm-hmm.
The odds were great for Vinnie winning right now and here, but he's not able to. And now he has to trade and hope he's not dying.
Yeah.
How much damage does NoOne 5 has here? He has another Heinkel Panzer 2A, Panzer 3F, I believe. The Autokanone, but I don't think this will be 12 damage because the operation costs are too much.
Oof.
Even with the blitz effect. NoOne 5 is running not enough damage. But he's playing this very smart.
He is, and I mean, it really depends on Vinnie's draw, right? Whether
Yeah.
he would be able to.
It's not an blitz unit either. NoOne 5 did not give Vinnie the opportunity to self-sacrifice the Sendai regiment, so he's unable to kill. He's unable to kill NoOne 5 this turn. He can play feint retreat, but NoOne 5 managed to not only survive, but came back strong and has lethal for Vinnie. That was awesome.
That was wild. It was not looking like it was gonna go that way the entire time. Really well played there by NoOne, managing to really withstand the pressure and some very smart plays to get that victory. And I mean, I thought it was an act of desperation there, going for the HQ at this point. I mean, he was running out of time, and he managed to do the exact right thing at the exact right time to wrest victory out of Vinnie's hands there.
It felt like Vinnie should have won this match, but NoOne 5 somehow was able to not allow that.
Yeah.
It was kind of crazy, not gonna lie.
It was incredibly impressive there. And we're already heading back into the next matchup. Vinny bringing his Jaggro deck again, knowing NoOne is switching out to his Brit US Air with the Dauntless, as you pointed out earlier.
But
Going
NoOne 5 does not want those
no,
those
not.
Dauntlesses. They're not great against J aggro.
Mm,
He even sent back in the mulligan the Empire Strikes. Usually this is amazing against J aggro. And he got rewarded. He got 2 Albacores. Now the deployment effect is able to deal with the cavalry regiment, and Vinny's playing just the Arado to establish a little bit of a board against those bombers. NoOne 5 now finds the Greyhound top deck. He's able to deploy it, get into the front, and kill the Arado, protecting his Albacore, looking like a very strong move. He could also deploy the second Albacore and just drop the Greyhound into the support line. Not attacking with the Albacore to get a little bit of a board here, like he did. Strong play, and Vinny is going for an early desperate measures again. Turn 3.
wow.
You know, I'm not the biggest fan, but killing 3 units that early on is huge, not gonna lie.
Absolutely, and we'll have to see going forward if that ends up being a disadvantage in the later stages.
Maybe, maybe not. Well, Vinny has a lot of options and will drop this little Archie bomber. His Audacity will benefit a lot from this next turn. Cavalry Regiment is a little bit of threat and very nice. NoOne 5 has not a lot of options, to be fair. He kind of needs to play Monty, get a card draw, maybe even trade with the Greyhound into the front line, and needs to decide if he wants to trade Vinny's units with the P38 or if he wants to deliver HQ damage. This is a fundamental question of his game style here. And I can't wait for him to see his next move. He's just dropping the Havoc and the Greyhound.
Interesting.
Another option, I didn't even think about that.
Developing his
around-
board a little bit, and yeah.
Playing a little bit around bombing rate, but not ideally around bombing rate. Vinny chooses to establish a bigger board. And NoOne 5
That's a big
is
Monty.
blocking Vinny's entire support line. Vinny now is not able to deploy any more units, or attack with those units, and needs to think about dealing with this.
Yeah.
Bombing rate it is. Even
Bombing-
Audacity is not able to deal anything, and the surprise attack seems more like a desperate measure here to pin down this Spitfire.
Yeah. It did manage to get a little bit of damage down. Depending on NoOne's next move, he might have some more options in the next turn.
Looks like NoOne 5 is going for the trade options, trading the Greyhound into the type, deploying another bomber, and maybe just delivering the 4 damage, going more aggressive here, putting a lot of pressure onto Vinny.
Absolutely, going for the Audacity there, getting that IG, the second IG into the back line, pushing up front.
definitely not the biggest hit. And NoOne 5 being able to find the Empire Strikes, it's not only a lot of damage, but also killing the entire board. Of course, there's a hidden edgy for him now. He could have solved that issue by attacking first into the first one, clearing the entire board. But 9 damage is a lot, and probably even better here from his perspective. Now Vinnie is
Very
able
strong
to
turn.
trade the Spitfire and deploy the Shiden. Now putting the pressure onto NoOne 5. So maybe using 3 damage to clear the entire board would have been a little bit better here. But from NoOne 5's perspective, putting a ton of pressure, even making the Dauntless sticky to the board, and because of the heavy armor not being tradable with Shiden, looks still very, very strong.
Yeah. Vinny does have the Sendai there. Is that his best move here? Because I mean, he has to get rid of that Dauntless.
I think so.
There
Getting
we
rid
go.
of the airplanes is not a bad move.
No one's got no units left on the board there. So he's gonna have to get back to developing his next moves. But of course, Vinny's life just hanging on by a thread here.
Wow, the Sexton able to pin the Shiden, looking really, really strong here. On top of that, the Greyhound can block the front line, preventing attacks from Panzer 35T. Things just got a little bit better for NoOne 5. He's really threatening lethal right now against Vinny. Usually,
Is
Paint Retreat would have been nice to play for the further turns, but Vinny really has to be worried about his next survival
yes.
of NoOne 5's turn.
Absolutely. He has no time, so he really has to focus on clearing no one's unit every single turn, so that he can just stay alive in this game right now.
The
Oh, wow.
Akita was able to hit the Sexton. 50-50 chance right here for Vinny. The Sendai is even going into the front line and delivering a little bit more pressure here, while Shiden still survives and is right now no match for NoOne 5. He's going for the card war. He finds more card war and a small bomber. And he's going to play those 3 units with extra help, extra possibilities of survival.
Strong
NoOne
close air
5
support here.
NoOne 5 has not. Vinny has no chance of killing NoOne 5, so he has to trade. 6 operation cost from Shiden are able to kill the big bomber. He's pinning the bomber and not the infantry unit, choosing to protect his Shiden and not the Sendai regiment. I think the Sendai regiment hides and bomber and Dauntless.
Yeah, could be an opportunity for NoOne 5 when he gets that back. HMS Illustrious giving NoOne a couple of more swordfish. So now he's got a solid back line there of bombers.
It's not really about the swordfish, it's about the opportunity to kill the Shiden. The first one is breaking the ambush, and with close air support, he's able to buff the second one to kill the Shiden, of course. NoOne 5 is thinking about the hidden unit and using close air support onto 3 bombers. What is huge, especially those heavy armor targets. Vinnie finding Arado, but there is no order
Wow.
left in his deck, and he has to surrender to NoOne 5. 1-1 even out. That was another very interesting match.
Absolutely. And the that early desperate measures did not work out this time.
No, it did not work out as expected for Vinnie. 9-5 now leading 2-0 against Vinnie, beating 2 times the J aggro list with the Archie Bomber and Audacity, making me a little bit wonder how strong this Audacity really is. And Vinnie is fully committing to it. I like it, no doubt.
Wow.
he he wants to prove his point and going for this little combo card here. 9-5, finding the War Machine. Turn 2 while going first. Having again this credit disadvantage between himself and Vinnie.
Mhm.
And now he has some small, nice little guard units here. Could choose the T60 or the Engineers Battalion, plus Brian's and plus the Bloody Sickle. I think T60 is a nice choice here. This will bait out the second raiding brigade, I think. And this means 9-5 is protecting his Engineers Battalion. Very, very valuable for him here. He needs the HP. This is very necessary.
Absolutely. And it does feel like Vinny might be off to a slightly stronger start than earlier. A little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did not find the desperate measures.
He can't sabotage himself with playing that too early on yet, at least.
Indeed.
But certainly, getting a couple of strong units out there in the board, he's got a lot of options and opportunities right now to push up his strength. Of course, NoOne got a pretty solid guard there with a Bryansk Irregulars on his HQ.
Oh, the second Bloody Sickle is able to take out the Type 93, removing quite a lot of damage from the front line of Vinnie. This hurts a lot because this Armored Train puts so much HP and stats onto the field. Vinnie looks like a little bit helpless. He's going
does
for
a
the Arado and finds the desperate measures. Finally, he's able to remove some credits. But he's not doing that, of course. He's attacking into the Branks Irregulars without triggering as an effect and developing a bigger board. Very smart decision here.
Absolutely.
he-
But I mean, no
he's-
one also. Go ahead.
Yeah, Vinnie is right now preparing to find a better opportunity to buff his units, to find another pin to kill this Emerald Train. And 9-5, maybe looking very strong right here, but there's a very, very potential threat all the time playing against J aggro.
Absolutely, absolutely, definitely. With a very strong kind of defensive presence there. But as you say, it all depends on how Vinny is able to turn this into his favor potentially.
Akita hit did not hit the Engineers Battalion. This was not good for Vinny.
Mm-hmm.
He maybe should play Desperate Measures bombing raid here. Yes, I definitely agree. This Engineers Battalion has to die, and this needs to be now. Of course, the credit disadvantage hurts, but it's necessary to stop this healing for 9-5, especially with the Armored Train and constant spam of little infantry units to heal infinitely.
Absolutely, absolutely. definitely very desperate measures here, really living up to its name. But as you say, it's definitely his best move. NoOne dropping another Bryansk regulars, clearing Vinnie's board right there, looking pretty strong with his backline.
Yeah, this looks very strong, especially since Vinnie already played Bombing Raid and Desperate Measures. There's not really AoE left for Vinnie, and NoOne is just turtling up right now behind 3 guards and still happy trading. B17 coming in, even hitting the support line. Feigned retreat. This is a hard one. Vinnie want to play Feigned retreat now, but Audacity losing that hurts a little bit. Well, Vinnie now is playing instantly the Feigned retreat, and I think this is the right move. He needs to get this constant supplies of cards, and since there's no order left in his deck, he will draw only units, and every unit will draw another card. This will benefit him a lot and put a lot of pressure onto NoOne. Although NoOne is in a pretty good shape right here.
Absolutely, and he's gonna need a lot of units here. I mean, NoOne's just pushed into the front line, making it a little bit more difficult for Vinnie to sort of break through. He has a kind of the feigned retreat draw, so he's got a lot of draw, but he needs to be able to push those units up to take that to the full advantage. But he manages to get quite a good roll with that initial feigned retreat turn.
It wasn't ideal. He did not find another Type 93 little tank, but he was able to trade away the T-34 tank, what is really important. NoOne now unable to attack for 10 damage here. Very, very important. And Vinnie now is again under a lot of pressure, but he also has a ton of opportunities. Akita Regiment killing the guard, hitting the B17, that's not that great. Sender Regiment now has to take out the bigger tank, and Vinnie can send 2 units into the front line. I really wonder where is his first signal regiment. There are 2 Panzerbefehlswagen. It's really nice. He finally owns the front line. But again, it's a little bit tricky for him. NoOne is still turtled up. He found the hammer, able to get back the tank, able to trade quite a lot. Yeah, there's another first rifles and 5th Rangers. NoOne highlighting a lot of opportunities here. Being still in a very good position. Of course, leading the series 2-0. So the pressure is really onto Vinnie here.
Absolutely, he's gonna have to find a way to turn this around with a quick pressure. And I mean, when you're coming into this with an aggro deck, I mean, you wanna do this as quickly and as hard as possible. And Vinnie is maybe not quite managing that momentum that he would hope for.
Not quite. Well, this little Dina protected his HQ from the B17. Finally, there is
it
a
is.
signal regiment. This is long time. We needed to see this quite some time ago. Vinnie right now is thinking about moving the Shiden into the front line with the ambush ability, forcing NoOne to protect, to trade 2 units into it. But we know there's an Ewell factory in the hand of NoOne. So this is actually very crucial for Vinnie. If Vinnie chooses to move the Shiden into the front line, he basically lost. I'm very sure of that. He did he choose the tank, it's reasonable to protect the Schienen. But I believe we see the Ural factories coming in here. Now it's a
Goes for the 272nd guards. Still another strong unit.
another strong guard, no doubt. He could even follow up with first rifles to turtle up a lot. Personally, I would have loved to see the B-17 being transformed into a Pershing or the other Blitz bomber.
Mm-hmm.
This could deal a little bit more damage, but of course, this is a very safe way of playing this. NoOne 5 is not joking around, is not playing around. He's just playing heavy defenses against J aggro, and NoOne 5 looks almost desperate. He does have the opportunity to play to attack the Senna regiment without giving NoOne 5 the tank back, which is nice for him. A little bit of extra, but Vinnie is running out of cards.
He is. I mean, he is burning through his deck right now. And he needs to clear out so many guard units to have a shot at NoOne's HQ.
Oh, what an opportunity. NoOne 5 can trade with 272nd guards into the Akita regiment and upgrading it into 2 Joseph Stalins with red banner, then attacking with a B-17 flying fortress and upgrading it into a Pershing or another Blitz bomber, which is not being able to get pinned by the surprise attack. Come on, 9-5, I want to see this combo.
He is really evaluating his options, trying to figure out what is the best call here.
He is, definitely. Attacking with the B-17 first, tanking the Akita hit. Smart move. And upgrading the Joseph Stalin into the front line, blocking the front line efficiently. Vinnie is able to find a second surprise attack, being able to pin and kill the first Joseph Stalin into the front line. But there's a second one.
Yes.
And very threatening bomber, so Vinnie is Vinnie's pinning both the Joseph Stalins to prevent Lisa from NoOne 5 here.
Okay.
And
but then
I think he made a mistake. He could have played the Whirlwind and attack to deal another damage with the first rifle regiment. This does not look very promising to me.
That might have been an oversight. Then I mean, it only delays it for so long.
He could have enough credits in the next term. This would be 2, 4, 7, 8. I think it's still enough. I think it's still enough for Vinnie here to play in the next and win in the next turn. NoOne 5 getting the wrong 50-50 chance here and not hitting the Pershing. Looks like Vinnie's able to come back. Look at that. With the buff, he's exactly at 6 damage and able to overcome the strong forces of the Soviet Union played by NoOne 5. And
Holy cannoli darkness! He brought it through. He proved to us that deck is definitely it can do some stuff. So
Yes,
incredibly,
it was
yeah,
it was super close at the end, but with the first signal regiment, Vinnie was finally able to burn down a lot.
yes. And good for him for sticking to that deck. You know, he knew that he could do some stuff with it, and he wanted to prove it to everyone, and he did. There we go.
He just
Very,
did
very
it.
impressive.
And
And
now,
we are already heading into the next game. Vinny bringing his Brit, his Brit Japan air deck, versus NoOne's last deck. Of course, his interesting Soviet deck there. Already getting those ramp cards early on. Very good for him.
yeah, usually this air deck is very, very strong against Soviet control because Soviet control is just too slow with all of these infantry units. But with the war machine, oh, I expected the T60 to threatening the Sonya here. But first rifles is a big tank, a big guard unit, I mean. So the fighters are not able to attack the HQ here. And definitely one of the strongest elites in the game. And of course, it's turn 3 for NoOne 5 here. Turn 3 first rifles is great. But again, the T60 could have killed the Sonya, leading for Vinnie to do something against it. Could have been a little bit more value, actually. Now, what is Vinnie doing? He's not going for card draw. He's still going to prevent NoOne 5 from going into the front line by sacrificing his gladiator. Now he plays the T60 and Vinnie's Sonya is definitely threatened. And not being able to dealt with efficiently. Vinnie's using the surprise attack to pin the T60. Of course, because of the Sonya effect, now able to clear that. So making very good usage of this ability of Sonya.
Absolutely.
KV1. Turn 5. Without another pin effect. Does not feel good for Vinnie.
Yeah, that is very strong. NoOne getting some heavy units there in the back to protect his HQ.
Vinnie is
But
slowly grinding through the first rifles and setting up definitely a lot of damage. But even with this Fury Fighter, the KV1 looks dangerous.
it does could definitely, yeah.
There
Takes
you have
the
it.
front line, yeah.
Takes the front line, kills the tank, going for even more ramp. And grinding down Vinnie a little bit. Vinnie
Very
has to
strong.
play the naval supply run and trade into this KV1. Finally, an opportunity. He was missing that. But now his backline is not as strong as it could be. And NoOne 5 is just waiting to get another credit to be able to steal the Spitfire with partisans and deal a ton of damage.
Absolutely.
NoOne 5 has a T-34. He can deal damage to the HQ. He can deal... he can trade into the Spitfire. Looking at the partisans, maybe not the greatest idea. He could kill the bombers. He can just guard up and stop Vinnie from attacking for a moment. I like that a lot. Looks like a good opportunity. Vinnie Vinnie just has, it's a discard effect of Naval Supply Run. He lost one convoy. Not too bad. Finding a type is very nice. Getting this extra pin. And why is he moving the Spitfire into the front line? Maybe just to protect his bombers. The bombers are the most vital part of his deck. He needs to have buffed bombers to be able to do this NoOne's 5 defenses. But again, this Partisans looks so strong. NoOne 5 can deal 12 damage or 6 damage and upgrade the Spitfire to keep the unit and keep it away from Vinnie. Both options are fairly strong. He's attacking once, and he's attacking twice. 12 damage it is.
That's a big ouch.
That's a big ouch, especially with the Blitz Tank T-34 in hand. Vinnie not only needs to block the front line with his small units, but it has to be a bomber. And I think it has to be 2 bombers because there is an 6/6 infantry unit being able to take out 1. He can pin that. He can pin that with a type. It's not looking good for Vinnie here.
Really isn't. Really struggling with what is of course a strong deck, but no, and I mean that partisan really messed Vinnie up a bit there. Now he has to think fast on how to turn this around. Getting the Spitfire back out there, the Type 94, and dropping the close air support.
That was a mistake.
Ouch.
Vinnie just realized he left lethal with not pinning the guard. And he's losing 1-3 against NoOne 5, scoring 4th place in this OCC. Actually, the last regularly OCC where you're able to get prize money, and congratulations to NoOne 5 for taking that.
I mean, of course, there is prize money, but now in the ultimates, sort of swept up.
Yes,
but certainly,
of course.
certainly the last of the kind of the 2022 formats of the OCC. Incredibly, I mean, I think Vinnie performed well throughout the day. He had some. He did prove to us in the end after being a little bit on the back foot there with NoOne with his Jaggro deck. He was able to pull it through and prove its power. But ultimately, you know, we've been seeing quite a few of these sort of slight misplays here and there, and ultimately couldn't make it against NoOne. So congratulations, of course, to Vinnie for 4th place, and to NoOne 5 for the 3rd. Incredibly awesome performances from these guys throughout all the matches today. But with that, thank you so much, Darkness, for co-casting these matches with me today. And I believe we will be throwing it back to myself and Christo on the host desk just before we head into the final matchup of the day.
Welcome back, everybody. It almost feels bad that the series ended the way it did, because I think Vinnie had so much momentum after that win to then just have a little misplay and have a little oopsie and then go, all right, then I guess this is done. I guess I'm finishing 4th.
Yep. Big bummer, and it's so easy to make these little mistakes, you know? I mean, we've seen it happen here today already. There can be so many different factors at play that end up contributing to these. And I mean, we all know sitting, in front of the game, kind of just miscalculating a little bit in your head, and before you know it, you've done the wrong thing, and you've ended up losing the game for yourself. But I still think that Vinnie had some really great games throughout the day. He brought some interesting decks. NoOne brought some very cool decks as well, and it was really nice seeing these two guys duking it out with their lineups.
Absolutely. And it's so easy to say you sit in front of the game and things happen, but it's also really easy for us to say that while we're kind of on the outside watching both hands, seeing exactly what's going on and saying, well, I don't think I would have done that. Like, yes, but if you've been playing for so many hours and made it to the OCC and have that pressure on you, like Darkness was saying before the match even started, what time of day is it? How well did you sleep? Are you hydrated? Literally, he said that, and I went to fill up my water bottle because that's important for us hosts and casters as well. But it's just continued to be an amazing series of games so far today. To Darkness's point, obviously, this is the last of the so-called, I guess, legacy OCCs, and we're going to be moving into a new format. So going to be a lot of excitement to come. If you have some questions about that format, you should definitely check out The Frontline, the official Cards podcast. We go over that in a lot of detail. So let's take a quick look at the bracket as we get you ready for our grand finals of the January OCC. There you've got NoOne defeating Vinnie 3-1 for third place, winning that bronze match, and you got J King versus XY. I mean, J King's path has not been easy, but he also hasn't lost a game. XY's path also not easy. Defeated Vinnie 2-1, but did have that 2-0 against Zealang in what was probably under 5 minutes. So I think both these players have a lot of momentum going into this finals.
Absolutely. And I'm so incredibly excited to potentially be seeing some commandos in this next matchup.
Absolutely. No bans, which means we will, in theory, be seeing commandos. We shouldn't promise anything because who knows what may happen. But I think with J King's pedigree coming in here, there's a good chance we probably see all three of his decks. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a great one. We will see you back after this match for our farewells. But hey, we got a champion to crown. So Spooz, Berto, over to you.
Yeah, it is time for the January OCC finals, and I'm here with Mr. Berto Burrito. Really excited to see the finals here. Your friend J King is in a final again. He's just continuing where he finished last year. Yeah, what's your thought on this finals? Will it be an easy 3-0, or is XYLoser just holding against this?
Well, a 3-0 is never easy, but I would certainly put J King as my favorite in this matchup.
What a
And
surprise, yeah.
we finally get to see commandos.
Maybe. I mean, if XYLoser 3-0's J King here and J King is not picking commandos once, who knows?
Man,
I mean, it got banned so far. It got banned so far in each match, but is it really J King's best deck today?
Well, not against NoOne. Well, sorry, not against Tiger, at least, because Jagro was insane against Tiger and insane against pretty much all of his decks. But for NoOne to ban it, that might have been more reasonable of a call.
Yeah, speaking about the decks, let's take a quick look before we jump into the action, just so the audience knows what are the decks that are just brought to the finals here. No bans, so we might see all of them, or at least a big percentage of them. So yeah, go ahead, Berto.
Right, so XYLoser has a pretty standard form of Brit Japan Air. It's not making some of the changes that some people have been hopping onto recently, such as the Aichi or even Naval Supply Run is also seeming to pick up in popularity with a lot of players. But going for a consistent, a classic Brit Air list that you might have seen something similar in the World Championships.
Yeah.
Without Finest Hour, of course. And then we have the legendary Italy Minor Self-Damage. Very powerful deck, although we did see you need to be careful about those Petliakovs with your own units. But I am sure that is not a mistake that XYLoser makes twice. I'm sure that is burned right into his head, and you're you can't make that mistake twice in tournament because it's too hard to the first time. I've made mistakes of similar caliber, and it sticks with you for a while, which sucks, but at the same time, it means that you improve as a player.
Yeah, as long as you learn from each mistake, it's not really a mistake. So yeah. And the third deck, it is just Japan. And no, not just Japan. It's the weird Japan Britain air list, which was quite successful against Vinnie. But yeah, on the other hand, Vinnie did not have access to any good air targets there, just as NoOne just had the match earlier that we saw. Also playing against Brit Air with Soviets, but all these confuses partisans help a lot there. And so I'm kind of not sure how good this list from XYLoser is. We saw it once in a favorite matchup, and I'm excited to see how it just performs in a not so favorite matchup. And then we just continue with J King's list here. US, Germany frontline. Yeah, we've seen this deck a million times. I like double blitzkrieg in it. You're kind of a player, just when we have this on screen, I always wanted to ask you, you're the kind of player that does not run blitzkrieg in US frontline. So what is the reason for that?
I think I just prefer the play style of the island hopping to get incremental value rather than blowing my opponent completely out on a single turn. But I know that J King has been having a lot of success with this deck on ladder. He has been gloating a little bit about his obscene win streak that he has with the deck right now of, I think, 55 wins at the moment. So we'll see if that streak gets stopped today.
If XYLoser can stop that streak, yeah. All right, and last but not least, no, it's not the last, the commando stack. And ooh, I'm getting dizzy here from these switchings. Exactly. Britain, Germany commandos with 4 times Rice Bank, Spoils of War. I think once the Rice Bank grind goes in, it can snowball so hard. But I think it can be very slow, especially against more aggressive decks, if you don't find the Rice Bank early enough.
Yes, Reichsbank is very key, but you do have 4 of them and 4 Spoils of War, which really helps with the searching for it. And you'll notice the 4 Cup of Teas, which leads to this deck having a bit of a different play style in combination with the Reichsbank and Cup of Teas, that you wait to go off and get all of your units out of range of your opponent's board clears on the same turn, which really helps remedies one of Commando's biggest weakness, is that somebody can play a board clear and deal with your commandos, and you don't have a lot of them in the deck.
Yeah, especially against Soviets. You really want to play them and buff them in the same turn to not be too vulnerable to Bloody Sickles or Winter Warfares. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And the final one is, yeah, okay, this is now the well-known Jaguar list. Also pretty standard, right? Yokosuka is new. Also no bombing rate here from J King. But overall, not too much experimental stuff, like no IG as far as I can see, and no Audacity.
Nope, really cutting down to just 2 orders, your best 2, to try to get as much consistency as possible, but maybe a little less potential at the same time, losing an incredibly powerful card in Bombing Raid.
Yeah, completely agree. Okay, that's it for the decks. Time to jump into the action whenever the players are ready. So you already predicted O is not too likely here, but still possible. But you're going with J King. I mean, he's having a
Yes.
good streak, right? He
Yep.
just the reigning world champion. He won the season. He's here to just win. It would be his. Wait, let me check my notes here. I think he already won 7 of them, 7 OCCs. Would be his 8th win. And XYLoser is here for his first win today. So all the numbers just tell us that J King might be very, very favorite here. But as we know, anything can just happen in cards. And yeah.
And a
really
best of
excited.
5 is a pretty small sample size.
Also, bigger sample size than we just had in the quarterfinals and semifinals.
Very true.
And so, yeah, and if J King can just maintain his 80% win rate, yeah, it could be an easy one. But yeah, we don't want to, just downgrade XYLoser here, because everybody who's just here today, even in the top 8, just great performance. Each of us who's just watching knows what hard of a grind it is to just get to the top 8. Top 6, yeah, you just have to play a very, very long season. And then the other 2 qualifiers, fighting that way to the qualifiers is even more of a challenge. So yeah, congrats to everyone who's here today. And yeah, but J King versus XYLoser, that's the finals. And we are still waiting for the players to just get into the first match. Pick a deck.
And it can also be hard from both sides for the Chinese players who are staying up late at night and have been thinking about the tournament since they woke up at the very beginning of the morning. That's tiring. And also, J King woke up at 7 a.m. to be here when I don't think that is his usual time to wake up, which is also very tiring. So we'll see.
So both with a disadvantage here. So we in Europe, we're kind of in a comfort zone here, but on the other 2 ends of the world, it's kind of a disadvantage to be here. For one of them being very late, the other one had to wake up very early. So I'm actually not sure what's really the advantage there, because as you said, if you have a tournament in front of you the whole day, you're just overthinking the whole day, spending so many thoughts. Maybe it's just better to wake up and jump into the action. I don't know. But speaking about jumping into the action, here we are with the first match of the best of 5 finals here. And XYLoser chose to pick the Soviet self-damage deck, and J King with the Commandos deck finally in action. And he found double Rice Bank here.
Yeah, it's hard to decide if you're gonna go off yet. Without deploying units early, self-damage isn't a very fast deck, especially with XYLoser's current hand, not even an SU to start applying pressure early on, which is really what I think you need here for XYLoser.
Yeah, and J King can just, with the Spoils of War, can just try to collect some combo pieces, like he's already having Crusader and Honey. What he needs right now is maybe the Pioneer Company and more British orders. And then he can just go all in there on one turn, maybe with double Rice Bank even, if he just choose to collect cards until turn 6. And then he's good to go. This Pettyakov is not affecting J King at all, because he's not having units with deployment effects. This could be an interesting one. On the other hand, XYLoser's deck has a lot of stats, right? Once the 34s come out, they have a lot of health, and a lot of these commando pings will just go onto them and not to the HQ. So I think in this matchup, Commonwealth might be actually win condition. What do you think?
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable to go for, especially if you're able to stop the Marion Ostrom healing a lot of the time. One of the other key cards for this matchup for J King is the long-range desert group to be able to clear the board. Once you get that online with a bunch of nice, healthy commandos, it feels pretty impossible to come back for XYLoser.
There it is. Speaking of it, unfortunately for J King, he did not find a single commando by now.
Yeah, and getting it off the timely supplies is not really what you want to see here.
Cycling through the stack. Not playing another Rice Bank here, holding it back for now. And XYLoser has the problem that all of his cards cost +2 now because of the raid from J King.
True, but Red Dawn's exactly what you want to have in this spot. J King was not able to find the cup of tea in time to protect them.
Now he has 2 of them and another Crusader. So what are J King's options? He's just going for another Rice Bank and another raid, maybe?
Yeah, so
Or do
you could Crusader and use 3 British orders, and that would be pretty okay. But I think it's more consistent to try to go off on the following turn with playing the Reichsbank this turn. You're not under a whole lot of pressure. You can afford to take your time a little bit.
So other than XYLoser, he's kind of under pressure now from a potential Commonwealth. The upcoming turns are from J King. Because even if it's just turn 7, J King has Rice Bank in his deck. And whenever he plays them, like look at this. If he would be at 30 now, would have a Commonwealth in hand, he could already kill him. So a lot of pressure here on XYLoser's end to a potential Commonwealth coming out of J King's hand there in future turns.
Absolutely. Finding the Pioneers a little late.
Yeah, especially with only 1 credit orders in hand. Would only affect the long-range desert group so far. Naval power just to keep that tank away from the front line. And that Crusader is kind of safe for this turn. Double
Yes.
Red Dawn would not kill it, and Pelyakov is not enough credits to operate after playing 2 Red Dawns there. And J King being at 31 health right now. That's exactly what he wanted. So from now on, XYLoser is under constant threat of eating a Commonwealth here and dying to it. Whenever J King plays another Ice Bank for sure. J King pretty good here and found another commando. Pioneer Company could reduce the cost of the convoys. Just going for the naval power, I guess. Just to pin that 6-5.
Yeah, if you pin it this turn and then wait for next turn to long-range desert group, that gives you a little more opportunity to find these cup of teas for your commandos to make them more resilient.
On the Night Witches. Not Night Witches, Night Raid.
And does he find the cup of tea here? He
Yes.
does.
He did it. I mean, it's only protecting against, stuff like that and the sickle, but that 1 commando is still dying to the Red Dawn. But at this point, XYLoser just needs to be careful with his HQ health. Those constant commando hits there.
Yeah, and even killing this Crusader, it's not going to be too much work for J King to draw through the entire rest of his deck.
Yeah, I think at this point it would have been maybe better to just kill the other commando over the Crusader.
Well, then you have the issue of him finding Commonwealth really easily, though.
Okay, that's another point. But at this point, how many cards is J King having in the deck? 9? So at this point, you could almost assume that he's already having it. We know that he's not having it, but sure.
Well, if you assume that he has it, what do? You sort of just lose, right? Do you not have to hope that it's the last card in the deck?
It almost looks like it will be the last card. Like, look at this. Who needs Commonwealth? All you need is 2 commandos on board, and you can just snipe the whole opponent army here.
And this is the thing for XYLoser. He never got a chance to attack anything. He doesn't get to use his Marian Ostrom at all. That was just kept off the table from the very start.
Yeah, and this might be the reason why we've just seen this deck being banned so far. It it's looking pretty strong in that matchup at least. Like all these pins on its own already slow infantry units. And yeah, Monty, naval power, just so many good stuff that can just shut down your whole aggression, and that's what we're seeing here exactly for XYLoser. Not a single chance, and J King just doing the commando moves here. 9 credit Commonwealth?
Because of the Pioneer and the
Yeah.
timely supplies.
Yeah.
You know, that's
Nice.
what he was hoping for the max amount of BM.
That was like a showcase match for how strong commandos can be. So everyone who watched, this is not how commandos usually play in every matchup, but once you... So also, commandos is not very easy to play, right? We have to be honest. It's one of the hardest deck to play correctly and to play in high ladder ranges, and also in tournaments. J King played it perfectly. You have to know when you go in with the rice bank, you have to know when to drop your commandos. And yeah, I think J King, you can definitely see that he knows how to pilot this deck, and very impressive win here for him.
I even received a message from J King that he knew the Commonwealth was going to be hit because of the spoils of war he played in that game. He knew the order of his deck remaining, which is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, sure. That's just the small details, right? That's the small details.
Uh-huh.
Pretty impressive.
Not that he needed to know the order of his deck at that point in the game.
All right, XYLoser stays with the self-damage deck, not having a 34 scars in hand, just found one 456. J King instead with the Red Devils here, and 32nd in hand additionally. So the front line for the next few turns will be in J King's hand.
And this is probably the matchup that XYLoser was hoping to get in that first game. Self-damage is a pretty well-known counter to USA Frontline. USA Frontline has always been able to win, but it is an uphill battle.
But what makes it so strong in the mirror there, or in the matchup?
So the main thing is all the removal early game. It lines up really well. The Red Dawns into PIR, into Red Devils, well buffing your stuff to be high health and low attack, which also lines up well into your opponent's cards. And USA Frontline not having any sort of burn damage, no kind of reach. You have to have the front line to kill your opponent, which this self-damage deck is pretty good at denying from you.
Okay, makes sense. Also Winter Warfare against the early 32nd, right? And as we just saw, Red Dawn against Red Devils is also a good counter. So yeah, you kind of struggle in the early game as a US frontline player to develop the board that you just want to have to make the deck work.
Yeah, and in the mid game, XYLoser's Grets tend to be bigger in the 34th guards, and that can be really difficult for frontline to deal with. But J King does have the half track in hand, and XYLoser is low on cards to keep damaging his HQ, so bouncing that might not be as bad as it can sometimes feel.
Good usage of the dive bombing here, keeping that Wirbelwind alive.
And I think this is a mistake, because this is the Zukov 34th. So if you trade and then play it, it's a 7/7. And then it gets bounced. Versus moving it to the front line, not playing your 456 this turn, and then you don't get so messed up by half track.
Yeah, I completely agree. Now he sticks with a 2/4 here instead of a 7/7 still on the board.
Yeah, and he has no way to reduce the cost in hand apart from 5-year plan, which it looks like he'll play. But using your draw so early comes with a cost that you're going down a lot on tempo. and on life.
Yeah, not just on tempo, also on health. Yeah.
I do think the tempo is the more relevant piece of that puzzle, but health matters too, of course.
Yeah, especially when your opponent is having some good blitz options in a stack. So just one Hellcat with Blitzkrieg is already 7 damage. So at this point, you kind of have to be very careful about not dying here. Jaking definitely thinking if he's already having lethal this turn, which he might not have yet.
No, not this turn, but with 2 half tracks, a 99th, definitely a chance it could be lethal this turn, depending on how XYLoser plays it.
So XYLoser has double Winter Warfare in hand, which would clear the whole board here and leave Jaking with nothing on board. As we know, also with not too much good follow-up.
Yeah, I would imagine you want to double Winter Warfare and get 2 34th guards down.
Sounds good, but we know that there are 2 half tracks waiting in Jaking's hand. Jaking just found all of his half tracks in the first 15 cards or whatever it is. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and it's good in some ways, but at the same time, it means you don't have the reactive cards to... Sorry, you have the reactive cards, but not so much of the proactive cards.
Sure.
But yeah, working out here. But now you wonder, how is he gonna deal with this first rifles?
Yeah, and once this guard is in the front line, it should also be hard to enable the Sherman draw.
It seems like
99 is only buffing units in the front when you have the front line, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
The sickle seems strange a little bit. I would have expected move up first rifles and OT. Because the sickle doesn't change any of these trades.
Maybe just want to find more 34s, reducing the cost of the existing one. But yeah, I think first rifles and OT would have been the better play here. Gives you 2 big bodies on board. Going for first rifles now.
I'd imagine a Mare Nostrum with J King being out of half tracks and healing for 7 here.
Yeah, 2 times 7 even. Yeah, why would you hold that Mare Nostrum back? Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Okay. OT-34 additionally. Protecting it from the Sherman, so J-King cannot value trade it there. Ugh, double Blitzkrieg in J-King's hand here.
Yeah, very hard to play in this spot.
Making a
But-
6-6.
But the Shermans are very good. That he's been able to get them out just before the front line gets locked down completely by XYLoser. To find some more options, even if 2 of those cards aren't very relevant here.
Ooh, there's the Pediakov. A really
Ooh.
hard counter to that frontline deck. Because
Yeah,
there are a lot of strong deployment effects, and if you just shut them down, this deck just, wow, loses so much in strength.
it really makes the matchup even more brutal. And XYLoser did have a lot of damage this turn. I didn't see if it was lethal or not. He could have played Ura, traded in the first rifles to deal... Wait, no. It was at 6. So you would deal 3 over damage with the 34th guards, and then you can go face for 12.
OT is still dealing double damage to face, right?
Yes. But it would hit for 12, I believe. So he was 2 damage off lethal that turn, I believe.
Yeah. So pretty close. I'm not sure if he didn't even see it or considered it, because it's not too, it was not too obvious of a play there. Because
Yeah, but-
usually you just look, oh, I have 1 unit there, and this can go face, and sometimes I speak from experience. Sometimes you don't even do the math because you think it's not good enough anyway. So by spending time there. And then mostly, yeah, or sometimes it is good enough and you just miss lethal.
Yeah, and if you're putting OT in your deck, you got to be thinking about that a lot of the time.
It's lethal now. That is -4, -16, and then with the Pelyakov, that's lethal. Wow.
Yeah, 1 over.
That just shows the potential of the OT-34. With dealing double damage to the HQ.
Yeah, you run something a little less efficient for the huge potential.
Yeah, when it pops off, it pops off. And we just perfectly saw what is happening when you cannot contest an OT-34 and it hits your face combined with an Ura. Yes, very intense series. 1-1 now. And we just experienced what you predicted, that's not the best matchup for J-King there to run into self-damage with frontline deck.
Yes, and even if there wasn't lethal, I don't think J-King was going to find any way to deal with that Petliakov with no copies of Stars and Stripes in his deck.
Yeah, and also out of half tracks, right? Even they would not trigger from the Petliakov, but yeah, only one Hellcat left in the deck. So once XYLoser goes to the front line there, yeah, would have been really hard for J-King to come back from that.
This is nearly a perfect hand for XYLoser in this matchup. The HMS to get 2 nice bomber bodies, and then the Cass to start contesting really early on.
And Empire Strikes additionally, so...
Yeah, J-King does have 2 half tracks, so that can mitigate the strength of these bombers, but even still, you're using a lot of resources.
J-King not too happy to see that one. He's just thinking, what have I done to deserve this? Kind of need to play with a handicap here because J-King, you're just too good. So give the opponents better draws, so it's not too easy for you. So he's definitely going to bounce one of them, I expect. But even then, can XYLoser just replay it and play good close air support here?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure that bouncing these bombers does a lot here. Playing it just to be playing something, but it doesn't
also
change how much he can buff, and it doesn't change out how much he can trade. Just saves you 2 health, mainly. Well, 4. Because it also means he's forced to trade. That 35 T99 is very powerful. One of the comeback mechanisms for this frontline deck in the matchup.
Yeah, and the turn 5 Hellcat is an additional way to get rid of these 4 health bombers.
Absolutely. A little awkward for XYLoser here, because he can play Swordfish and play the Empire Strikes, but that means that the big old tank in the front line survives with 1 HP and gets to trade in. You can trade with the tank and play the Empire Strikes, but then you're leaving the PIR up. Opting to double trade and play Convoy seems quite reasonable.
On another Swordfish, so on turn 6, there's a potential to deal 4 damage now to all of J-King's units.
Yeah,
But...
that's a lot of Swordfish that XYLoser has already found. With the HMS, the 2 natural ones.
So J-King thinking if he might bounce this one with a half track. The other line would maybe be go to the front line and play Sherman here. But I think it's safer to just have this out of the way to even stop this turn 6 deals 3 damage to all 4 damage to all. Can still deal 3 damage with 2 Swordfish and Empire Strikes.
Yeah, I don't think J-King realistically had any options to play around this, because your opponent needs the other bomber and the Empire Strikes. It's early on into the game.
So do you agree with this Empire Strikes here, or is there an argument to just play the Mosquito on the PIR and leave the other units on board?
Sure, there's an argument, but I do think it's better to clear them out before a We Can Do It comes down, and, well, you still have the opportunity.
Okay, makes sense, yeah. And yes, XYLoser finding too many of these swordfish now. Not anything to buff them, or not another Empire Strikes.
Yeah, that's
Sexton is a good way.
all 5 swordfish. And if they don't find buffs, they're certainly not useless, but it becomes a lot more awkward.
So XYLoser is only running 2 land leases, if I'm correct. Yeah, 2 land leases. Might wish he had a 3rd one in the deck, if he's not finding any of these too soon. Because slowly but surely he's running out of options here.
Yeah, he also has 3 convoys, which will also likely help.
Yeah. King getting the 32nd out of the board, out of the deck, and also just giving himself more targets for the we can do it.
Yeah, which is not bad, but it's a rough position to be in, because you don't want to be... You want to be dealing with these threats that are on board, more than getting health on these units that don't do a whole lot at the moment. But how can J-King do that? Like, you can move up units to the front line to get killed. You can get a Sky Train down, which can be attacked immediately. So I think it's right from J-King, but it is not at all the place you want to be.
Oh, he
Hitting
wants to
the
stop
other one.
J-King from going to the front line from Sherman. I love J-King's face cam. You can...
Yeah. What would you be doing that for?
With every play that XYLoser is doing, you can just see on J-King's face if he agrees with that play or not. And with the last 2, he did not really agree, like killing one of those with Sexton and Swordfish and pinning the other one.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's such a perfect draw.
Sexton on his own is already a very good card, but a 4/5/6 Sexton is incredible.
And now, even if J-King finds the strategic bombing, it's not gonna do a whole lot. And he finds the last 30-second.
Oh, God.
I can't watch.
Ooh, this is very, very tough here.
Even if you make an 8/8 5th Rangers and move it to the front line this turn, it just dies to board.
So I think this is the downside of not running a single copy of Stars and Stripes. So XYLoser could just go as wide as he wants now, knowing that there's no Stars and Stripes, only the strat bombing.
Yep, no need to play around it
And
if your opponent doesn't have it.
Makes it even harder for J-King now. Also played 2 half-tracks already. Train. Protecting some of those support line units, but this Sexton is so scary. What can J-King find here to come back? I don't see any option.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Just watch J-King's face when this Empire Strikes comes out. Just watch his reaction.
Yep.
He's just smiling. He accepted his fate. He knows, okay. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do, and yeah, this was another one of those matches. Whew, that was an uphill battle there.
Yeah, Brit Air, it's a favored matchup for the US deck, but if you're able to just keep those bombers for long enough, they're just gonna incrementally keep gaining value, and at some point there's nothing left to do.
So actually, J-King wasn't in the worst spot ever there when he got the 2 5th Rangers to the front line.
Yep,
But
it was the last cast draw that just
that close air
completely
support
shut it
top
down.
deck there was just sealing the deal there. All right, XYLoser, 1 win away from winning his first OCC. Can J-King do anything against this? XYLoser has the Japan Brit Air deck left. And yeah, I think we're just assuming that J King stays with his frontline deck against that, right?
I would think so. I think that frontline should be pretty good against this deck, but at the same time, Bonsai is one of the most brutal cards
Oh
you
yeah,
can run.
you are correct. Banzai could make big difference there. So none of J King's units have more than 4 attack.
Yeah, unless you
So-
count Fifth
Ooh.
Rangers, which you kinda can sometimes.
I'm just checking. Japan, Britain. Yeah, no close air support. So all these early bombers and airplanes should not be that big of a threat there for J King. They are kind of, but there are better
Yes.
ways to shut them down when other than when your opponent is having close air support.
Yes, it's still going to be really rough in the same way the game was at the beginning with the Empire strikes and these early bombers, especially Swordfish turn 1 going first against 32nd Infantry, or the Chocolate Boys as they are affectionately known, will get a lot of value.
XYLoser able to find another Swordfish turn 1 here, making it kind of hard for J King to just reach the support line before he's getting his units farmed away from that. Ooh, it's 35T. Could be a good play on turn 3. So we might expect that one. 109's combat engineers into 35T, killing that Swordfish. That's kind of a good counter to XYLoser's opening play.
Yes, that's generally what you're looking for against air. XYLoser, I think, smartly going for the Aichi over the Albacore, which makes J King's play here a lot worse, but he probably still needs to go for it.
I really like the 101st Airborne. That's pretty strong against the new Aichi, especially against the Aichi 2 that is coming out as a smokescreen unit.
Yeah, it is not bad at all.
So do we see J King dropping the half track here? He thought about it for a second, just bouncing back the Aichi maybe to protect the 35T.
Yeah, because you really don't want your opponent to just spend 2 credits to kill your 35 tier, right? I mean, you're using it as a removal on a 1-drop. You've sort of invested more than your opponent is investing back, using it on a unit that's already gotten some value. It's not a great feeling, but he decides that it has to go.
Another half track, nice. So definitely investing one of them this turn, isn't he?
I would think so, yeah.
What are the other options? 32nd, not that strong since
Yeah.
there's Empire Strikes around.
You can push up the combat engineers in 99 foot. And that doesn't die on board, but that seems worse than the half track line, in my opinion.
J King hardly thinking, but
You could move up the engineers 99th and play the dive bombing, which would be okay.
Akita is also very strong against J King's board here.
Yes.
All of them only having 2 attack.
Oh man. Now this is rough, because you want to play the 35T before you trade, so that you have an infantry. But you don't want the Akita to
Fingers
hit your
crossed.
35T. So you probably just hope for the 1 in 3.
Not hitting face. Never lucky.
That's pretty difficult.
That was the one target he did not want to hit, right? Anything else would have been better. Even the 109s would be good.
Yes, everything else would have been better.
Ooh, that's a good naval operation there.
But you can also get some value from the Sendai by getting rid of this 35T. When it comes back, it's going to be a 2-2, and it's going to have 1 operation cost.
Oh my god, that was a good top deck. Ooh, ooh.
That's pretty good. You probably just play it.
King
XYLoser
appreciates.
does get to trade off one unit with this bomber, but then 101st is able to come down. Ooh, really awkward credit situation for XYLoser, not being able to trade and play the Shiden. And you can use your credits on something like Fortification, but gaining 7 defense is not relevant right now. That's what you want to play many turns down the line. Once you've gotten some control of the board.
Playing the 101st here. Could have also killed it with a Greyhound going to the front line, but this is for sure a bigger unit in the front line there. But XYLoser just top decked another air superiority here. Able to get rid of the 101st with it.
Huge draw, absolutely.
Definitely practiced some top decking in the last weeks. And King also not too bad with another half track.
Not too bad, but the main cards
also not too good, huh?
Yeah, the main cards I think he's looking for are Shermans and Blitzkriegs at this point in the game.
Completely
and we can
agree.
do it.
One Sherman would be huge here.
Just opting to kill the Shiden rather than send it back, that makes a decent amount of sense. Fortunately for
XYLoser kind of
King,
forced to play the Lend-Lease here, I guess.
yeah.
Oh. You still Lend-Lease, right? I mean, there's
No,
Blitzkrieg around, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can just afford to not play around.
Yeah.
We can do it and Blitzkrieg. I think you have to play it, not knowing King's hand.
And that's why I like Blitzkrieg so much in this deck. Even one copy. If I would play Berto Burrito here, I would know, okay, there's no Blitzkrieg potential. I can just go Lend-Lease.
Yeah, and
But
then I
knowing
top
that
deck a
there's-
We Can Do It against you. There's still issues. But yes,
I mean,
you do
yeah.
get to play around that aspect for sure.
I see your point. King wondering why XYLoser just played one card there and then just passed. We know why. There's a 7 credit Lend-Lease
Yeah, and
in
that's
hand.
a huge issue. You need to find Sherman right here to have any chance, I think.
This is not a Sherman.
No, not quite. Playing a half track just for the body
Found the
Not-
Hellcat.
does not feel good.
Not really. Also, XYLoser's hand is not looking that strong. Found one Swordfish, one Sendai. It could be worse for King, but King really needs to find a Sherman soon, I completely agree. More Swordfish coming in. But no Empire Strikes so far.
Yeah, XYLoser would probably have been hoping to find another Type 94 for his other surprise attack, I would think, in that situation.
Could still kill it with the effect from the naval operation. Plus
Yeah.
surprise attack. Oh, we'll win this huge here. So King able to kill both airplanes there from XYLoser if he wants to.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he wants to, because every airplane that XYLoser is deploying now is just being pinned from the whirlwind on the front line.
Yeah, and if he doesn't kill this Dina, it's going to get air subbed without getting any pin effect. Granted, playing one Swordfish or one Aichi to play an air sup is not a big cost. Or you can just play another Lend-Lease. Find that Empire Strikes.
Yeah, at some point it has to arrive. Also found naval operation. He found Banzai. We just talked about it earlier.
Yeah, and King cannot top deck Sherman here and activate it.
Another Hellcat. You hold the Hellcat back here, right? Just
Yeah,
in case you find the Sherman, you have the chance to blitz it to the front line.
Yeah, and there's so many answers in XYLoser's deck that he played 2 Lend-Leases. You kind of have to assume he's found some of them, and that filling the board up isn't going to solve your issues here.
Still 4 Shermans waiting in J King's deck to arrive here. And it is a Greyhound.
Very sad.
Yeah, very sad for J King here. Not too lucky with the draws at the moment.
Yeah. And he has to try to clear these, get some presence in the front line, but it's XYLoser's choice. Do I want Bonsai to clear, or do I want the Empire Strikes to clear?
Yeah, we definitely see Empire Strikes now.
Yeah, just for the damage mainly.
So J King keeping the fingers crossed for Sherman, maybe. The only chance that he might ever come back here. Is it coming? Or is XYLoser the January OCC champion? It's a Blitzkrieg! Oh my god, that's the last card that J King needed in this situation.
Yeah, that is the worst card to find in the deck, I believe.
Oh, how unfortunate. Still 4 Shermans left in the deck.
Yep.
Oh my god. So if you're XYLoser here, do you ever move the 0 to the front line? Just because of the ambush effect? Or do
It's
you just-
alright, but I feel like I just kill my opponent faster.
Yeah,
like,
because
there's
2
no
units in the
backline
front line
effect.
should be good enough, right?
Yeah, I don't understand not playing Key. Maybe, yeah, I'm not sure why he wouldn't. Not that it particularly matters here.
Still not sure.
But-
J King. And it's even lethal now.
Yep.
With the new Aichi. This card is really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's really been working out today.
And there it is. XYLoser with the first OCC win in his career. Defeating the reigning world champion. J King not too happy, but second place. I mean, a lot of people are even dreaming about finishing second in an OCC. So congrats on both players. And yeah, XYLoser, good performance. That Japan Brit deck, wow, worked pretty well against that frontline deck. That
Yeah.
usually should be favored against it, but yeah, good performance.
Mm-hmm. And
Any final
it-
words, Mr. Berto?
So XYLoser had, the one main slip up in that one game, but he did pull it back together. I think he played pretty well against J King. J King, of course, playing pretty consistently well as well, but just not quite finding the tools for the matchups that he was looking for. But hey, at least we got to see Commandos win, right?
We saw Commandos win. We have a new OCC title person in our list. So what could we ask for more? So pretty cool OCC. Good start to start the 2023 tournament season. And yeah, it was a pleasure casting with you, Berto, and I hope we see each other in the next tournament. On the casting side or on player side, who knows? I mean, you're currently second, so we might see you on the other end in February.
Hopefully.
So yeah, thank you, and we're giving it back to Christo and Elin, who are wrapping up the show.
Call him XYLoser, call him XYLoser, call him whatever you want. But in the January OCC, he was definitely not a loser. He is our champion kicking off the 2023 year. He's taken home the January OCC crown, defeating none other than our defending world champion, J King.
Amazing, massive congratulations to XYLoser. And of course, J King, playing a good game throughout the day, getting that win with the Commandos, which we did get to see. But it's also probably uplifting for a lot of players out there to be able to see, okay, so he is beatable in the right circumstances, with the right decks, with the right draws, And of course, awesome performance throughout for all our players today. Some great games.
Absolutely. And I think, like you said, you saw the Commandos deck played textbook style. And from there, I don't even want to say it went sideways. It was just a question of, not getting the right cards, not getting the right draws, maybe not getting exactly the matchup you want. But, XY, I don't want to say made it look easy, but it was a decisive victory. So, to your point, J King is definitely human. He is beatable. I don't think anybody should look at, hey, I'm playing against J King, I'm done. Because that XY just proved it here that you can do it, and to win their first OCC as well. So another huge achievement there for XY.
Absolutely. I mean, J King, we were looking at the player cards earlier. What was it? 84% win rate for the December season. XYLoser managed to be a part of that 16%. That beat him quite a few times throughout these. So yeah, incredible performance, and huge congrats to XYLoser taking his first OCC win in this January OCC.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the final bracket before we wish you a good day here. There you have it. XYLoser defeating J King 3-1 in the grand finals to be crowned our January champion. NoOne defeating Vinnie 3-1 in the bronze match, so does take home third place. But huge shout out to all the competitors. This is the last of kind of the legacy OCCs that we got going on, but that doesn't mean there isn't going to be a ton more cards action coming this calendar year. So huge shout out to everybody. Don't forget, check out the Frontline, the official cards podcast. First episode came out yesterday, and we're going to have those for you monthly. So a lot going on in cards. It is going to be a wild ride, so buckle up. Elin, any last words before we wrap this thing up?
Well, I want to make sure to mention that we are going to have, of course, next month kicking off the OCC Clash with some YouTube premieres. And we do have a broadcast next month as well, which will be our first ever special operations tournament in Pauper format. So get your decks ready, get ready for that. We will have an announcement for that, how the whole process is going to work, where you sign up, etc. We'll have that probably towards the latter end of next week. So keep your eyes out on the Steam kind of dev blogs for that, and our social media posts, of course. But I'm excited for the year ahead. I hope you are too, Christo. I'm looking forward to the next podcast. I'm looking forward to the new events, and let's see how it all goes.
Absolutely. So much going on. Pauper format, definitely one I can get behind. Gonna dust off all of my collection and maybe take a crack at it. So maybe you won't see me on the broadcast. Maybe you'll see me playing. Who knows? Anything is possible. That's the beauty of the Pauper format, getting new folks in, just like our January champion, XYLoser. A first-time OCC winner. Big congratulations. Thank you, Elin. Thank you, Darkness, Spooz, and Berto. Mark Theus behind the scenes, pressing the buttons. And most importantly, thank you, Cards community, because without you, we wouldn't be putting any of this on. We'll see you next month.